Right. Okay, it's saying that I'm live. I just need to wait for someone to come in now. I'm really hoping this is working. Please let this work. So, hello everyone. Welcome to my 10K live stream. Nobody's popped. Oh, hello, people. Right, can you all hear me and see me? Okay, can someone just confirm that in the comments? That you can confirm that you can hear me and see me. Fine. It works. Hi, hello. So you can all hear me and see me fine. Because yes, it works. Brilliant. Right. Okay. Hello then, people. Right. Hello. Welcome to my 10K live stream celebrating 10K subscribers. So a couple of apologies first of all. Firstly, I apologise that it's taken me so long to get this there. I said between 12 and 1. I've been having so many problems with the streaming. It's just been the laptop and everything's just been a right bitch. It's been really, really annoying. But we're here now. It's great. Second apology is I apologise for how sweaty I'm going to be during this. As you can see, why am I showing you this? But you're going to see it anyway. Because as you can see, I have my setup behind me where I would normally record my videos. But what you don't normally see is the fact that I always have a towel on standby because it gets so incredibly hot up here. I've even got a fan on and it's just very, very hot. So I might have to disappear off and change my t-shirt halfway through. It is absolutely baking up here, but I have nice cold drinks on standby and we've got everything here. So, yes, welcome to my my 10K subs live stream. I never thought I'd get to 10K. You know, as many of you will know, I started YouTube originally as a hobby, just one of those things I thought, you know what, I'll start a YouTube channel. Never expected it to go anywhere, but it did, and here we are. So it's incredibly humbling to have got this far, but also amazingly exciting. So today we are going to be doing my first actually live from the workshop. And, well, I say that. My previous live from the workshop's always been in my workshop, and now the one time I'm actually doing it live, I'm not in my workshop because my workshop, as I call my desk, is just not big enough to be able to record, so I am upstairs, and I wanted to have a nicer backdrop for you all as well. So today we are going to be making this. Now this is a 3D printed console I did of the Season 14 wooden TARDIS console. It's come in several parts, obviously, as you can see. I've glued it all together. You've got the drawer panel bit there. It's also got a little drawer in the front here. And then obviously I've hinged all the panels on there. And it's also got these interior parts, which I'm going to stick in. But as you can see, I've already made some I've already started working on it, basically. So the reason for that is, firstly, to do these bits would have taken a very long time to do, just simply because it just would have been a lot to do. And secondly, because I didn't know how the mix of paint would take to the plastic until I'd done the first coat. And this is kind of the reason why I don't do more actually live from the workshops, is because it takes so long just to do various bits. So for example, I didn't know how long it would take to do this, how many coats this would take. So I reckon it's going to take about, I don't know, 2 or 3 coats. But until then, I could have not painted this coat, and then it could have taken, I don't know, 5-6 hours, you know, 7 or 8 hours. I don't know how long it could have taken, so I had to sort of pre-start it and things like that. But it does mean that hopefully I'm going to be able to finish this during this stream. So those who missed my announcement yesterday, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plan to stream for 4 hours. If I manage to finish this within that 4 hours, then great. If not, then I will put up a custom figure showcase video sometime next week, probably Wednesday, in order to show you the finished product. But rather like my Lego live stream, I apologise that I'm losing my words. I'm not that great without a script. Normally when I'm here I've got a script. With my other live stream, Lego live from the workshop, my other Lego live stream that I did previously, I'm going to separate the 4 hours into two halves. So the first 2 hours is going to be any questions at all, except Doctor Who and Customs questions. So it's you can ask me anything as long as it's not to do with Doctor Who and Customs for the first 2 hours, and then the second 2 hours I'll be answering questions specifically about Doctor Who and Customs, purely because I end up just constantly getting asked Doctor Who and Customs questions, and there are other things that I like to talk about, sort of thing. What I'm going to do, as I said, is do half the questions on normal questions, half of them on Doctor Who and Customs. But one thing I will just say is, if I don't answer your question, then it's not because I haven't deliberately seen it. What I'm going to end up doing, and this is partly why I started this off by saying, what did I say? By saying, please wait until I'd say you can ask me questions, is because I don't want to, I'm going to be sat here looking at the screen, and then I'm going to be sat here doing this while I'm talking, and so I'm going to miss probably a few questions that are going to come up on the stream. So if I don't answer your question, it's not because I haven't deliberately answered it, it's because I haven't seen it. So I'm going to just try and answer, I'm going to try and answer as many questions as possible, but what I'm probably going to end up doing is answering the questions that I can see immediately on the screen, because otherwise I'm going to have to sit there, do this, and then I'm going to have to sit here and scroll all the way back through, then go back to this, and then keep doing that. And it means it's going to take a lot longer than I've planned. So that's where we start. I've just realised I have the one thing that I needed I don't have here, so I will be back in one moment. On my back, I need my paint palette, aka my bit of folded kitchen roll. Right, drink, cool myself down. Coca-Cola, ice and lemon, for those wondering. Right, well, in that case, we need to start with the paint mixing. So, ask me anything, as long as it's not related to Doctor Who or Customs, for the moment. And I've just spilt water all over myself. Have you seen SpaceX's Starship? I think it's sick. I haven't, if I'm perfectly honest. I probably couldn't. I feel like I should know what SpaceX is, but I don't. So I have to admit that. You've never put lemon in your Coca-Cola? Ice and a slice? That's a standard. What 3D printer do I own? The 3D printer I own, because I can see it right here. It is a Flash Forge Adventurer 3. It's a very nice little printer. It does the job for what I want it to do. The problem I've got, though, is actually because it's a self-contained printer. It doesn't have the ability like you have some of the ones like the Ender 3. You can adapt them and you can change them out and things like that. And annoyingly, the reason I printed this console first of all is because the normal sized TARDIS consoles are about sort of, I don't know, 16 centimeters square, I suppose you would call it, and the print plate size of the Flash Forge Adventurer 3 is about 15 centimeters. So annoyingly, I can't just immediately print other TARDIS consoles. However, for those not in the know of 3D printing, you can basically cut, I suppose is the best way to term it, like sort of 3D printed stencils, the actual files, and you can cut them into pieces and you can print the individual pieces. So that is something that I'm definitely going to do in future, because I do want to do some more. I do want to do some more classic consoles. I'd love to have one of each, but it is just something which is a bit more difficult to print, I suppose is the easiest way to put it. So that's going to take a little bit of work to work that out. But it is definitely something that I want to do in future. Whether I do them as a live stream or not, I'm not entirely sure yet. But watch this space, I suppose, is the best way to do it. Now, for those wondering what colours I'm not using any specific colours. I just tend to mix whatever colours I've got to find something that's vaguely similar to what we saw on screen. Because I'm not that pedantry when it comes to 100% accuracy. Let's see. My question is favourite albums and musicians. That's a bit of a tough one, to be perfectly honest, because I have such a wide variety in music. I mean, it's sort of I'm the sort of person like I like a nice bit of classical music. Certainly, I'm always like a bit of classical music, as do many people. But then people are always really weirded out. They find it very strange that they then find out that I also like things like Run DMC and stuff like that. At heart, I am definitely a classic rock fan. I always have been, always will. AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, Queen. So many to list. But that is definitely my kind of music, I suppose, is the best way to put it. In terms of albums, I don't think I really have any specifically favourite albums as such. It is just more. I'm the sort of person I don't tend to download a whole album. I would much prefer to download songs I like off the album, and then if I really like it, I might download the album. But just generally, I'm more a sort of person who downloads individual songs. When I say download, I do mean buy, which I'm saying totally for legal reasons and is absolutely completely the truth. Yes, no, and actually, in all fairness, my dad has a massive collection of CDs. So usually, when it comes to older stuff like Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, if I haven't got it, he's got the CD, so it's already been bought. In my defence, right. So yes, did you ever think you'd reach 10k? Absolutely not. No way. As I said, I've told the story many times on my other streams and things like that. But when I started this channel back in 2014. I need to bring my drink a bit closer. When I started this channel back in 2014, I just started it it was just a random thing. I thought, it was at the time when I was watching lots of PewDiePie, and he's a big, he is, to be fair, I know he's quite a controversial figure now, but back in the day, when he still did a lot of game playthroughs and he didn't do a lot of drama stuff, he was still very much a big influence. I don't, a lot of his newer stuff, I have to admit, I don't watch, and I certainly don't agree with some of the controversial things he's done at all. That it's a shame to see where he's gone to. But his original format of what he did was what inspired me, which is why there's Jimmy Pie is in the name, because it's a combination of made up of things that inspire me. And so, I sort of saw what he was doing, and I thought, I'll give that a go. And I set up a channel, and I thought, I've no idea what I'm going to do on it. And I just thought, well, I like Doctor Who, I like gaming, I'll just do a bit of whatever I like. And that's where it sort of started. And that was sort of it. I never thought it would go further than that. I never thought it would kick off like it did. I certainly never thought I'd end up getting as many subscribers as 10k. I didn't even think I'd get 100, let alone 1,000, let alone 10k. So it was just sort of one of those things that just, it happened. It just happened at the right time. I was doing something that people clearly liked, so I just kept doing it, and here we are now. And I have no plans to stop doing it. I will admit it's not as financially successful as I started when I hoped. I think I had that dream, which a lot of people who start YouTube channels think. They think, well, it's easy money. It's really not. It doesn't work that way at all. But at the end of the day, it's become something which I enjoy doing it. So why stop it? The fact that I get about, I don't know, between £40 to £60 a month, which is, it's nothing to be sniffed at, but it's nothing I can make a living off, certainly. It's like, that's a nice added bonus. So I just, I stuck with it, and I just decided I'll keep doing it. People like the content I make. It certainly opened other doors for me in terms of things that I never thought I certainly get the opportunity to do, such as reviewing advanced merchandise. Even though it's not around anymore, I was featured on the Doctor Who fan show a couple of times, so it was the fact of being featured on a BBC official channel was certainly something which was very humbling. I never thought I'd get this far, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I stuck with it, and it's a lot of work to get here, and it's going to be a lot of work in future to keep it going. But thanks to all of you guys, and thanks to everyone who's subscribed and keeps watching my videos. It is something which does continue, and it's, you know, the format I'm sure is going to change over the years as it has in the past. But I'm very pleased with what I've got. I'm very pleased with how much I've got. Let's have a look. Next question. How much do I genuinely thought that said how much do your pants cost, not paints? How much do my paints cost? Well, the most common question I tend to get asked is, what paints do you use? And I'll be perfectly honest, I just buy whatever is cheapest and whatever is the closest to the colour I can find. I'm not that fussed about finding the exact colours of things and things like that. As long as it's a close approximation, it's good enough for me. So how much my paints cost, it depends on where I buy them, what brands there are. Obviously, if there's a sale on good brands, then obviously I'll buy good brands. But it comes down to personal preference, really, is the thing that I've always said. A lot of people ask me, what kind of paints do you use? And I always say, well, I like to use acrylics because I find them easy to get on with. But the thing is, acrylics don't generally leave a smooth finish if you're painting with them with a brush. You do get brush strokes. And that's why a lot of people prefer model paints, because they do leave a smoother finish. But for me, I'm not that fussed about paint strokes, because I don't see them when I'm looking at them unless I'm really, really scrutinising a custom figure. So I stick with what works for me. So any advice I can give to people who are querying, paint types and things like that, is just find out what works best for you. There's no harm in taking advice from what other people use, but just because someone else uses something doesn't mean it will be suited to your working style. I find model paints very difficult to get on with. I don't in any way deny that they are a superior type of paint. They really are, depending on what you're doing. But I just find them very difficult to work with. They don't suit my style of work, I suppose, is the best way of doing it. So I've always stuck with what seems to work best for me. I have a question. I know it's on Twitter, but where do you get your paints from? There you go. So I've just answered that question for you. Will you ever do more games on your channel? I would like to, yes. However, I appreciate that it is not one of my more popular. It is not one of my more popular series I've done, because this has never been a Doctor Who channel. I've never advertised it as such. It's sort of become one. But for that reason, I don't call it a Doctor Who channel, because there's lots of non-Doctor Who things that I want to do. I mean, I think at the moment, my highest rated video, my most viewed video, is a video I did of all these Thomas the Tank Engine edits, which I just started. I started them on Twitter as a thread, because I was bored. I thought, well, I've got 5 minutes, I'll make an edit. Oh, I've got another 5 minutes, I'll make another one. And I'm continuing to make them once I find an idea that I thought that would interest me. But I thought, well, I'll put that in a video on YouTube. Twitter's Twitter, but I thought, I might get a few extra views out of it. And it's now my highest rated video on a channel which most people would consider Doctor Who. So it's, YouTube's a fickle thing like that. So in terms of games, I would certainly love to do some more games, because I'm still working out, because I'm having to run it on a very old computer. I'm still working out how I'm going to do the Destiny of the Doctors game, because I'd love to do a playthrough of that. But obviously that's on a very old computer, so I've got to work out how I'm running that, and then streaming it, and it's not streaming it, but recording it in terms of that sort of streaming. And so it's not an easy thing to work out. But hopefully I will do more games in future. But there's a lot of other games, games from my childhood, like the Monkey Island ones and some of the old LucasArts point and clicks, which I ideally loved, and I would love to replay them for everyone, because I enjoyed them, and I'd love to sort of get more people to sort of make them aware of these older games, and hopefully spark new fans. But the fact remains that I know not a lot of people would watch it, and so it does mean that whilst I'm sitting there having fun and playing the game, I've then got to edit it. I've then got to go through the whole thing, and do everything I've got to do to get it to edit the video basically and upload it, and it's a lot of work for something that I know isn't going to be not underappreciated, but just isn't going to be as popular as some other things that I could do. So we'll see. I'm not against doing games on my channel in future, but I need to sort of find the right time, I suppose, to do them, because as I said, it's fun, but there's a lot of work after actually playing the game, which I've got to plan for and I've got to do. Will you do any more model dioramas? Well, yes, actually. I would say yes, and then I'll go but. So yes, but it's a case of finding the space more to do those things, because I really don't have a lot of space, which I know, looking at this behind me, you'd think, well, hang on a minute. But it's true. I mean, I'm running out of space on my shelves. I'm already having to sort of separate things out and find space for other things. And when it comes to model dioramas, they take up a lot of space, not to mention a lot of work. At the moment, as some of you may know, on my Patreon, I am currently in the process of building a First Doctor TARDIS for my Mission to the Unknown figure animation, which you can see is slowly taking space. It was actually taking a lot longer than I thought, but now I've got a 3D printer. I'm able to print bits to make a model for it, which makes it a lot easier. But it is still obviously taking time, and means I've got to. Again, I'm facing the same problem I had, as I mentioned earlier, with other TARDIS consoles, is that the print size is slightly larger than the plate size of my 3D printer, so I'm having to chop and change parts and then build them in a way that they're working out how they're going together. And it is working, but it is just a lot of time, because the other thing, when I'm talking about 3D prints, that I noticed earlier that someone, when I said about this taking sort of 4 hours to paint and things like that, someone turned around and go, I could spare 4 hours, and it's like, I'm sure you could, but to print this whole console, this is about, let's see, in total, this is taken about 3 days to print, because there's lots of many separate bits. There's the top piece, then there's the lower half of the console, then there's the base, then there's all these individual panels around the edge, and then there's all of the interior panels and things like that, and the drawer. And so in total, it's taken about 3 days to print, because what I've decided to do, again, for those not in the know of 3D printing, you can print things to various qualities, and I don't know how it is with other printers, but the Adventurer 3 that I use, whatever you print it always uses the same amount of filament, regardless of what quality you print. The only difference is the time it takes to print, and the highest is hyper quality, which is what I printed this in. And I sort of look at it and think, well, if it's going to take several hours to print anyway, even on small quality, even on the lowest quality, if it's going to take several hours to print and it's going to use the same amount of filament, why would I not print hyper quality? Why would I not print the best quality? And so that's the thing that really takes the patience, isn't so much the painting, it's the waiting for the print. That's the bit that takes the longest. So it is something which, again, another reason why I sort of haven't done many more dioramas, because of the amount of time that they'll take to do. So it's something that I am open to, but it's not something you should expect to see anytime soon. Let's have a look. Another question. Let's have a look. We do any more model dioramas? That's the last question I had there. Let's have a look. Ice on making one. Not sure what era to build one. I don't. Well, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to model trains, it's what you want to build. I mean, it's as I said, it's down to personal preference, really. When it comes to doing my model railways I've built in the past, I'm not really. I'm going to slightly ostracize myself here from the model railway community. I'm not one of those Anaraki types who complains about these things. If you've ever been to a model railway convention, you'll know them. They're usually, with all due respect, they're usually older men who are the sort of people who sit there and watch a layout, and then they'll turn around and go, "Oh, I think you'll find that brand of Northwestern truck didn't run on that line in the three-plank form until 1945." And it's like, no one gives a shit. It's a fun little layout. If people want to turn around and make their layouts really accurate, and I've seen some people who do things like they actually draw like a timetable for their layouts, and they actually have the train sit still on a model layout for about 30 minutes before it goes out of the station, and then they have to wait for the actual signal to move as well. And it's like, I mean, okay, there's a sense of realism there, but I like that because it's not too pedantic about things, and they're not sort of picking issues with things it's like that's their layout, that's how they want to do it. But you get those sorts of people that complain when they see Thomas the Tank Engine running on a model railway layout, and it's like, you've got small kids running around, they're going to love to see that. Just leave it be. It's someone else's layout. Let them do what they want. So for that reason, I would say if you want to build a model N gauge layout, build whatever you want. Personally, I wouldn't bother sticking to one single era because I would like a model railway layout to encompass many different things. But that's just me. It's entirely up to you what you want to do with your own model railway. It's always the sort of thing. I mean, my granddad was the one who got me into model railways, and his layout, it didn't have any. He was the sort, I have to say, with all due respect to him, because I love him dearly and I miss him dearly, he was the sort of person who you would see at a model railway convention and you'd think he'd be one of those sorts of people, but he wasn't. He genuinely couldn't care less. He just loved the fact that he loved the fact that it was, and I'm going to use the word that many model railway people hate, he loved the fact that it was a train set. When he was playing with his model railway, he wasn't playing with a model railway. He was once again a young boy playing with a train set, and it was just that's what I love most about model railways is that it invokes something that, unless you take it ridiculously seriously, it is a callback to a bygone age for most young boys. That just you can just sit there and you can just play trains, and it's just fun. You don't have to worry, all your adult worries are sort of gone temporarily, and you can just sit there and you can just play trains. It's a lovely thing to be able to do. Right, I now have to let that dry for a bit, so I'm now going to give my full attention to the questions for the moment, and also have my drink because I'm boiling! Right. People always take fun hobbies too far. Some of them do, yeah. But my favourite one, I love to see example of people taking hobbies too far is those snooker players on TV. I love to play pool. I'm a lovely fan of going down the pub playing a game of pool. But you see those snooker players on TV who just sort of miss a shot and they're like, or they start a punch up, and it's like, dude, it's a game. Chill out. That's what always makes me think of. Whenever I think of people taking hobbies too far, I always think of snooker players for some reason. Did you watch the Great Model Railway Challenge? Great Model Railway Challenge? I think I did. I want to say I did, but the thing is, the problem is I watch, whenever there's something about model railways on, there's so many I watch. Like I watched, my favourite one I saw recently was James May's Big Trouble in Model Britain. And I also saw that great little railway one with they were building the longest steam railway. Again, it's a while since I've seen it, so I probably did see that one, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I have a question. Are you going to build the Amityville house from the Amityville Horror? Well, now that's an interesting question. I wasn't expecting that one. Well, now you've said that. Do you know what? If I had the space, and I had like a barn full of just things that I would build. I would love to do that. I would have the Amityville Horror. I'd have the Exorcist house. I'd have the Texas Chainsaw. And I mean, I'm really going on really ridiculous dreams now because I'd make them all light up and I'd put lights in them. That would be lovely. That would be such a fantastic collection. Sadly, however, the reality is I do not have the space to do that, and so no, it's probably not something I would do. Love the idea though, brilliant idea. Actually, one thing I have to say is on that subject, some of you may be aware that I have started a. If you're hearing something, by the way, it's the chair creaking. It's not me. I'm not that old, nor am I doing other things. As some of you may know, I started a second channel, or a second channel, yes, and it is a third channel there for some reason. A second channel, which is called Sleepless Wolf, and I'm going to be doing sort of horror narratives and things like that. But at the moment, I'm sort of torn between how I want to do it, because I would love to be able to do it in sort of a front of a fireplace, sort of actually sat there reading, you know, like a sort of gothic horror setting, and I would love to have sort of bits around me that are from different horror movies. Like I've got out of Ash's Chainsaw from Evil Dead. I'd have Freddy Krueger's glove, and I would have. I don't know if the person's watching the stream. I hope they are. I can't remember who gave it to me. I apologise, but I have Freddy Krueger's mask, which a fan made for me, which is fantastic. Freddy Krueger's mask. I apologise. Jason's mask. How can I get that wrong as a horror movie person? I hang my head in shame. Yes, so I have this, and I'd have that hanging in the background. And I'd love to do that, sort of have a whole range of horror things around. I'm so sweaty, I just caught a glimpse. Have a whole range of horror things around me. But at the same time, I would... I like the idea of just doing a narrative, of just reading it without any visuals, because it does make it a hell of a lot easier to edit. So I might do a couple of special editions, I don't know, like that. So we'll see. That is still going on, by the way, for those wondering. Sleepless Wolf is still coming. I'm just waiting for channel art and things like that. I'm not sort of in any rush to do it, and I'm trying to find stories and things that I actually want to narrate, because I want to do sort of 2 videos a month if I can. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. How did I get to that question? Oh, Amityville Horror House. Yeah. So yeah, but it would be brilliant if I could have an Amityville Horror House in the background, sort of thing. But again, it's a great idea, but somehow I don't think something that's going to happen. If you had a chance to work at the BBC, would you take it? Well, that depends on what I would do. If it was just something like a runner on Doctor Who, I'd be more than happy with that. But the problem is that this is sort of the same thing. If lots of people have mentioning sort of, would you, if you worked at a job at the BBC, would you take it? Like over the years, as humbling and as lovely as it is, people have said, you know, about the idea of me working for character options. And here's the thing: is I don't know if I would, because as great, I would love to work on Doctor Who, and designing actual figures would be lovely, would be amazing. But the problem is, I would then probably have to quit YouTube, because I would either have to lie to everyone who watches my videos and say, no, I don't work for character options, I don't work for the BBC, because otherwise they would just constantly flood me with questions about what's going on, and I wouldn't be allowed to say anything to them, of course. You know, at the moment, you know, as I've mentioned in the past, when it comes to reviewing advanced figures for character options, you know, I'm not going to confirm or deny anything either way, but in the past I have known of things in advance, and so I have to keep them secret, and it's sort of thing like that. So I think if I was working for the companies, it would be very difficult to do YouTube, because I would be constantly getting people asking me what's going on, and even then, if I turned around and said, I can neither confirm nor deny anything, you'd always get those persons that would say, you know, somebody says, oh, have you heard anything about, you know, them recasting a second Doctor for a multi-Doctor episode? And I would turn around and say, I can neither confirm nor deny anything. You would get someone who'd go, well, you didn't say no, did you? And that's what they would take out of it. And it would be very, very annoying for me, because I think people would read into far too much into what I said. So if I did get a job working for character options or the BBC, it would be great, but I probably would have to stop doing YouTube as a result. So in that sense, I would probably not do it, because as great as it would be to work for the BBC or work for character options, I enjoy YouTube too much, you know, to choose Doctor Who over that, if that makes sense. Which I hope actually is actually quite humbling thing for all of my subscribers that I would choose you all over working on Doctor Who, or Doctor Who of some kind. But you never know what's going to happen in future. I will clarify, I do not have any inside information regarding character options or the BBC, nor do I have any sort of potential interviews or anything with them. I wish. So yes, so it would certainly be, I think, any Doctor Who fan's dream to work on something official. But at the same time, I will have to consider the consequences, I suppose, of taking such a job. Re-YouTube. I didn't know if you had seen it, but a user made a hate video on you. A few weeks later, he put a hate comment on one of my videos. Any advice on dealing with people like that? Fuck them. Actually, genuinely couldn't give a shit. I mean, I say that, I will acknowledge that I have a bit of a reputation for letting things like that go to heart, which is a failing of mine. You know, I do wear my heart on my sleeve at times, and I am overly sensitive. But when it comes to people just making hate videos on you and making hateful comments and things like that, just delete the comment and block them. You know, at the end of the day, they're not helping anyone, but they're not really hurting anyone but themselves, because everyone's going to know that that's who they are, and it all depends on how vindictive you want to be. If you don't want them to have anything to do with your videos, you just delete their comment and you block them. If you want to, I'm not advocating mob mentality here. I just want to make this clear. But they've posted a public comment. If you want people to see them for who they are, you block them and you leave that comment, and then they can't do anything else. But look on the bright side, as another thing as well, is lots of people, when they hate your videos, like people who mass dislike a video or post hateful comments, the bright side of that is, in order to do both of those things, they have to actually click on the video, they have to give it a view. So if they watch, right, so here's the two options they've got: click on the video, give it a view, leave a dislike and a hateful comment, but they've still given you a view, which is what matters on YouTube. Alternatively, they don't do that, which means they can't leave a hateful comment or a like, which means you don't have to deal with that. So it's a win-win either way for a YouTuber, really. Not that I use that word. I don't really count myself as a YouTuber. But it's in terms of the general situation, it's a win-win, because there's no way that they can't do something that's helpful to you. So in terms of hateful people, just ignore them. It's a lesson that I still certainly need to learn at times. I'm certainly I've certainly not heeded that in the past, and I'm sure I won't heed it again in future. But yeah, that's the best advice I can give, is just try and ignore people like that. What annoys me most about YouTube? That's a very good question. How long have you got? No. I'll be perfectly honest. What annoys me most about YouTube, with all due respect, is a portion of its users. That is to say, those people who watch YouTube videos, but they don't understand how YouTube works. A classic example of this is people thinking that you get paid excuse me, it's people who think you get paid per subscriber and per view. And when I say that, I mean they think you get paid like £1 per subscriber or £1 per view. You don't get paid per subscriber. But to be perfectly honest, subscribers doesn't really mean anything on YouTube, which is odd, I know, to say during a live stream celebrating 10k subscribers. It's still an achievement for a channel to get that far, don't get me wrong. But the subscribers don't actually signify anything. It's the views which matter. And you get people who think you get paid so much per view. And that's true, you do. But you get paid 0.01 pence or whatever it is per view. It's a ridiculously small amount. And I did a video on my Let's Talk series a couple of years ago, where I asked people to say how much they think I earn per month. And the general answer was between, I know it's quite a wide range, but between £100 to £500 a month. And it's nowhere near that. As I said, it's about £40 to £60 a month. So the problem is, it's partly the users that believe that, but also it's those bigger channels which play into that idea. because you get people who've got millions of subscribers who get millions of views a month, and of course they get millions of pounds because that's how it works. But a smaller channel, if you only get so many, if you get sort of so many, you know, for example, I think I average, I wouldn't know without checking, but I want to say I think I average just under or just over about 10,000 views a month. And that means I get about £40 to £60 a month. Now, an example, last month, I don't know how many I got, but I checked my AdSense this morning, which is how I get paid. And AdSense has a £60 block on it, so you can't get your money until you've made over £60. Last month, I made £39. It's not a money-making... The thing is, okay, YouTube is not a money-making idea unless you're really good at it. And when I say really good, I mean you get all the views, you get all the subs, and you know everything that you need. Mostly the views. As long as if you get millions of views, you'll make money out of it. But just for the majority of people, it's not feasible for it to be a full-time job, and that's not helped by YouTube's monetization system with all this for kids stuff. They made it very difficult to allow people to make money off YouTube, which is a real shame because there's so many. I've seen so many good small channels out there go by the wayside because they haven't been able to continue them. You know, it really does hurt a channel, and in a way that's why I'm still, you know, as I said, I'm running my Patreon doing this figure animation and things like that. But it's also the fact as well that the money I get through my Patreon really, I mean, I genuinely think if I hadn't started my Patreon, my channel would have been long since gone, because the money from the Patreon not only is helping me buy things to do the figure animation with, you know, to buy figures, to make the figures and things like that, but just generally any money I get from my channel, either from my Patreon or from AdSense, actually from earning, just goes straight back into the channel. It goes into buying spare parts, it goes buying merchandise to review. I'll be perfectly honest, majority of it does go into spare parts of figures, because the amount of times I find something that I need is something that is very difficult to find. But also now I've got the 3D printer as well. The money is helping me buy filament in order to make more things that I want to make, because there's lots of things that I've wanted to make over the years, but I simply don't have the skills to build them by hand myself. Now I've got the 3D printer. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. So there's lots of stuff coming that I'm really looking forward to print. On that note, I will say, for those wondering what I'm printing, there is, some of you may be aware of it, there is a Facebook group, some of you are probably on it. There is also a web page, which is 3D Doctor Who Printing. There's a load of designs on there, they're all free. They've got some absolutely brilliant ones. That's where I got this console print. There's lots of other ones on there. It's well worth checking out. There's lots on there. Some of them I'm not fussed about printing, other ones I am. So, as I said, you will be seeing more 3D printing in future. But going back to the YouTube side of things, I think that is the biggest problem. Is it's not the money-making scheme that everyone thinks it is, if I'm perfectly honest, which is difficult. But it becomes tough. I'm still getting a few Doctor Who ones. Yeah. Well, that's semi-Doctor. Well, that's more... Okay, I'll count that one as more YouTube, because that is something I want to address. Speaking of projects, Jimmy, what's going on with your audio adventures? It's been a while since the last one. They are still ongoing. It's a difficult... to put it simply, they take a lot of editing work, and it's something which is... It's very easy to procrastinate over, if I'm perfectly honest. As much as I love doing the finished product, having to sit there and do the whole thing is a lot of work. And so going forward in future, after the current series is finished, I'm going to try and edit several episodes in one go. But the current series is still ongoing. I'm currently waiting to hear back about a couple of scripts for it. But the thing I'm doing in the meantime is I'm going back and I'm remastering my older episodes, because I want to condense them down into single episodes rather than 3 parts. But I also want to, a lot of people ask if they're ever on SoundCloud, so that's obviously somewhere that people would like to listen to, so I want to put them up on there as well. So I'm currently in the process of remastering them. The reason that's taking so long is the first episode, I've lost the script, the original script, and I could sit there and retype the whole thing. But what I've decided to do instead, because I'm condensing them down into one episode from 3 parts, I've actually decided to semi-rewrite the original script, because for those who don't know, my original idea for my audio series was going to start out as a point-and-click adventure game, which died a death very quickly. But the scripts I wrote out turned into the first episode of the audio series, and there were whole segments, whole massive chunks that I missed out of the audio series in order to extract it, in order to sort of condense the narrative. For example, there's a scene where the Doctor ends up visiting the Old West, the Wild West, to see a friend. Another one where he goes and sees Horatio Nelson. And those scenes just got completely cut out. But I'm now putting those scenes back into the remastered first episode. So I'm having to basically rewrite the original script. It's about, I want to say about 75% finished. I'm still working on it, but it's just, again, it's something that's very easy to procrastinate over. So I hold my hands up and say that's on me. But my audio series is continuing and it is carrying on. So please keep a lookout for that. There will be more coming in future. I just unfortunately can't say when right now. Still getting lots of Doctor Who questions, guys. I know I've answered a few already. I'm trying to keep them to doing a non-Doctor Who questions for the moment. Let's have a look. So, okay, there's 3 questions here. I'll try and address. So, I think you should open a PO box. We'll be happy to send you any spares. Now, a PO box is something I have considered. I'll be perfectly honest, because when I've done, I did my birthday live stream, I did, it was a request basically to saying if anyone wants to give me any send me any birthday presents. Here's my wish list of Big Finish. Send me some, and I got some amazing stuff like that. And it has occurred to me about doing a PO box. The problem is PO boxes aren't cheap. It's about £30 a month, and that's a lot, to do that. And I don't know how well it's going to be used. So in future, I am planning to trial a PO box for 1 month to see what response it gets. Because if it gets a good response, then I might continue it. So keep a lookout for that in future. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it, but it is something which I've got an idea of doing. Have I ever seen Blake 7? Many, 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 many years ago. I'll be perfectly honest, it was not something which I was hugely into. I think at the time, Blake 7 was sort of being repeated in the early 90s when I grew up. I was sort of watching the repeats of things like Thunderbirds and stuff like that, and I think that's sort of partly where my love of models and things like that came into. And I think probably at the time as well, I would probably not have been allowed to watch Blake 7 because it is quite graphic and is quite sort of, dark and violent. Which, to be fair, is interesting if anyone's ever seen the original Captain Scarlet, you'd be surprised how dark and violent that is. But so yeah, I have seen Blake 7. It's probably one of those things that I should rewatch at some point, but it's one that's not really hugely my sort of thing, which I know seems weird given the fact that it's sort of the same era, a lot of the same actors and things of classic Doctor Who. But it's just one of those things that never really jumped out at me or not. Do you like superhero TV and film series? Not really, if I'm perfectly honest. A lot of people sort of, I'll be perfectly honest. I like Deadpool, and I like Iron Man, and I like Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's basically it. I never got the whole superhero thing. It was never something which was of interest to me, and it got to the point where I liked Iron Man. And then when they started to tie in a couple more films, I thought, this is going to be quite good. And then they did the Avengers, and I was like, okay, I've seen all the others. I get this is where it's all tied together. Oh, you're doing more tie-ins. Okay. You're doing tie-ins to tie-ins. So you're doing a whole narrative. You know what? I've lost interest. And I did. I just lost interest with what was going on because it got to the point where there was just so much. I was like, I'm not interested anymore. I like the idea of films linking into each other in a little sort of narrative bubble. But then it blew up and it became this huge thing, which I think is brilliant. Don't get me wrong. I think it's great what it's done. I don't deny Marvel their full credit for doing what they've done. I think it's brilliant. But just personally, it was just too much. It doesn't interest me, and I'm not really a fan of superhero things. I'm not a comic book person. I'm not really sort of a superhero person. There's a few things here and there I like, but nothing that's just really a massive. It's just not a huge interest. It's just one of those things that just sort of passed me by personally. Favorite Jerry Anderson production? Oh, that is a tough one. Now, I would probably have to say, I've just spilled condensation water all over myself from my glass. If I get up, I haven't peed myself, it's water. Favorite Jerry Anderson production? I would probably, it's got to be a tie between Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet. I think Captain Scarlet has the better story, because it was a bit more adult, and it was something that wasn't necessarily made for kids. It was a family audience thing, which I loved. Thunderbirds, I think, was definitely, I could put it this way, is you've got, I would say, Captain Scarlet is to Thunderbirds what Doctor Who is to the Sarah Jane Adventures. Sarah Jane Adventures is the more family friendly, but it's more sort of aimed a little bit more at kids, whereas Captain Scarlet is definitely aimed at the more adult side of the audience. Having said that, though, Thunderbirds is not without its scary moments, but I think that's probably largely due to the fact that people probably just didn't care much back then. They didn't really care what kids were subjected to like they do today. But I think Captain Scarlet for the story, Thunderbirds for the models and set pieces. That is something which has really stuck with me, I think, over the years. Is Thunderbirds. I loved when I rewatch Thunderbirds. I know the story's off by heart, but I really do watch it for the actual set pieces and things like that. And there's actually, I'm actually going to be doing a sort of a bit of a homage to Thunderbirds in my figure animation, because there's going to be a couple of shots. It's literally just going to be two or three shots where I've got to have characters interacting with some object, and I'm going to use actual live action hands to do it as a little homage to Thunderbirds in that. So yeah, no, I think Thunderbirds for the set pieces, Captain Scarlet for the story, I'd say, are certainly the ones that are my favourites. How would you go about making any project? Would you find the templates, or would you design the pieces in 3D printers, for example? It depends on the project, if I'm perfectly honest, because I've done projects in the past, like a lot of the stuff I've made in the past, I've come up with the design myself and then I've built it myself. 3D printing is something which I'm only just getting into myself now, so in the past, it's not something that I've ever really considered. It certainly makes things easier to 3D print, but then you've got to actually design the 3D print, then you've got to print it, then you've got to put it all together, and then you've got to paint it and do everything like that. And whilst you will end up with something which is better than you would probably do if you made it by hand, making it by hand is far quicker. And in a way, personally, I find it a bit more pleasing. I like being able to make things by hand and doing it myself, because it's not going to be perfect, but it will. A bit more painting now. It will be a bit more unique. It's not something that just is the same as something that everyone else has done before. It's something that you can do yourself. And it has your own sort of slant on it. So I would personally, the first step to making any project is work out what you want to do, and then it's work out what you want to do, then work out how you want to do it. That's probably the best advice I can give when it comes to doing specific projects of things, because there's lots of different ways of doing things, and you might think of doing something one way, but then you'll sit there, plan it out, and you'll think, actually, if I do it this way, that works out a lot better. So you need to careful planning. Careful planning of a project. That's probably your topmost priority. Have I ever seen Stargate SG-1? I saw the original Stargate film, and that's basically it. Again, just never really appealed to me as a series. It was one of those things that I liked the original film. I was probably one of the only few people that did. No, I liked the original film, but then they did this TV series, and I think I saw a couple of episodes, and I didn't get the same enjoyment I did of it as I did the film, and then they did a load of all of its spin-offs and things like that, and again they created this whole universe, which again I give them full credit for doing, but me personally, it just never sat with me. I wasn't interested in it. It didn't have the same appeal to me as the film did, so I never really gave it a watch, and I have sort of seen it, repeats of it and bits of it on TV occasionally, and again it just doesn't sit with me. It doesn't appeal to me. I get bored when I'm watching it. It's one of those things that I need to have something new and interesting, and it just felt like a bit of a rehash of the film. And I know people are going to say, no, there's a lot more to it than that, and I'm sure there is, but I can't find that out if I can't get into it. If things are just repeats of the same old things, they get a bit boring after a while. Example of that is, as many of you will know, I've mentioned it several times in this video already, I am an avid horror movie fan, and I went to the cinema when Saw came out, the first one. And I'm not bothered by gore, it really doesn't bother me at all. And I went to see Saw in the cinema, and I was like, okay, it's an interesting concept. It pretty relies heavily on the gore, but, I'm not, it's an interesting idea. It's got its fair few scares, and, some of the effects are not that bad, and things like that, and I didn't think anything more of it. And then I saw Saw 2, and I watched that at home, and I was sitting there watching it, I was like, is this the one I saw in the cinema? It's very similar. And it just, because it was the same old thing. It was just people being caught by traps. It was gore for the sake of gore, and it was a bit, I was like, okay, that's all right, fair enough. If that's the way they're going to go with the series, then let them do what they want to do. I then ended up going along to the cinema to see Saw 3 with a group of friends. I'll be perfectly honest, I think I was just there to make up the numbers. But I went to see it in the cinema, and I kid you not, I actually fell asleep. That's how bored I was. It was the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it's lost all appeal. It started as an interesting idea, but it was just eventually the same old thing again and again and again. And it's the same sort of thing with, I find with a lot of series that has spin-offs and things like that. They do things, and then they create a new spin-off, and it's basically same shit, different characters. That's the way that is for me. Let's have a look, see. What do you think was the last great original sci-fi show on TV? I'll be perfectly honest, I can't really answer that question because they've all got their own merits. I can't, for example, Red Dwarf, I think, is the greatest sci-fi comedy. I think Doctor Who is one of the greatest drama sci-fis. They've each got their own merits and things like that. So I never thought I'd say this. I can't really answer that question, I'm afraid. I don't think you have to choose one specific one. I'm very much of the school that you can have more than one favourite. That's my way of doing it. So, off the top of my head, I probably couldn't sit here and give you a list. Opinion on Telltale games in comparison to LucasArts? That's a very good question. Well, as I said, I grew up playing a lot of the LucasArts point-and-click adventure games like Monkey Island and stuff like that. And as some of you may know, Telltale Games, the latest in the Monkey Island series, was done by Telltale Games. And now I will quite happily sit there and replay a classic point-and-click adventure game. And I love it. It's always the same. I know it off by heart. I can complete them in an hour, but I get so much replay enjoyment from them. And I'll be perfectly honest, the Telltale games, in comparison, are just as good. I honestly don't see that. Apart from the format of how they are made, I honestly don't see the difference, because I think one of my favourite... Well, I love the point and click adventure games. I started off with Monkey Island and Indiana Jones. And then, obviously, progressing down the Monkey Island route, you got to the Escape from Monkey Island at the same sort of time that you had Grim Fandango, which were made. They were a point and click game, but they were made in 3D. And so, as far as I'm concerned, all Telltale games did or have done is they are just continuing a format that works already. So I think, in comparison, it's nothing we haven't seen before, but they've also done the right thing of not altering a winning formula. I think that they've looked at how old point and click games went, and then they've just sort of updated it to the newer style, which I think is a great thing, because it's not changing a format that works. That being said, the old format still works, because one of the best games I've played in recent years was Thimbleweed Park, which was made by Ron Gilbert, who made Monkey Island in the first place. And it's the old point-and-click 2D adventure game. And it's got that same silliness that Monkey Island had. And it's one of those games that I think is highly underrated. I think it's put... A lot of people probably today are put off by it, the fact that it is 2D and not 3D graphics and things like that. But to those of us who remember the days of when games were like that, it really does sort of harken back to a much more simpler time of games, where the game was credited on its actual merits of gameplay and plot rather than its graphics. A lot of people today, it's sort of graphics are the big thing. In 3D consoles, graphics are the big thing, and plot gets left a lot by the wayside. I tend to find that with lots of things. Like I recently replayed GTA 4, and the dynamics of the game, the actual graphics and the way things worked in the game world were absolutely brilliant. They really did work superbly. All the little things that the NPCs did and stuff like that, and it was superior to GTA 5 in many ways. The plot, however, is absolutely abysmal, and it just is so rubbish. It just ruins the whole game. And I think I sort of, for many years I thought, why haven't I ever replayed GTA 4 that much? And then I sat there and replayed it, and I thought, that's why, because it's boring. The plot is just so boring and bland, because they've tried to link them in together from the DLCs, and it just doesn't work, because what they've done is they've built the game more around, look, this is what the game can do. Oh, and then there's a plot as well. And that was sort of it, On the flip side of that, one of the best games that has some of the worst not gameplay, but has some of the worst issues in terms of the game, but the best plot, is Fallout New Vegas. I mean, I've played all of the Fallout games. I've played Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics. I haven't played them that much, and I will admit I did come to them after I played Fallout 3. But when I got to Fallout 4 looks absolutely fantastic, and some of the things you can do in the world, like the base building, it looks absolutely brilliant, and I love that, and it really is great. But the actual plot of the game and all the plots of the DLCs is just so bad that it really just fell flat for me. Meanwhile, Fallout New Vegas, its quest system is bugged, it's full of bugs in itself, they've rushed it, and it really leaves a lot to be desired on that front. Plot-wise, I would say it's probably... I would say Fallout New Vegas is in my top 3 games of all time. That's how much I value it as a game, because as a game, in terms of gameplay, it was bugged and it had its issues. But in terms of what it represented and what you actually got out of the plot, something I've never seen before or since with any game, especially any Fallout game. And I honestly never get tired of replaying it. It's one of those games that has endless replay value. No matter how much I know the plot, I just get a sense of enjoyment from it that I get from so few other games when I sit there and replay them. So I think going back to Telltale, I think Telltale did absolutely superb work, because they brought back something which I personally never thought we'd see again, and I think it's a real shame what happened to them. I really do hope that, I know that obviously they've handed out some of their other projects, like Wolf Among Us 2 is happening through a new studio, and last season of The Walking Dead happened through another studio. I'm hoping that more of their games sort of do the same thing, because I don't think I've played one of their games so far that I found bad. I think they've all been good. And okay, there's an example for you, actually. Previous question, I said I wasn't a big superhero fan. I played their Batman games, the Telltale Batman and Enemy Within, and it was probably one of the best, certainly in my top 5 Telltale games I've played. It was absolutely superb, because I didn't need to know a lot about Batman to understand it. I didn't need to know a lot about Batman to appreciate it, and it was something which felt entirely new to me, and it was really good. So that sort of shows the quality, I think, of a Telltale game, that they've managed to interest me in something that nothing else has really managed to interest me in before. But I've spent too long on this question, so let's look for another one. What do you think is next for the Lego Super Mario franchise? Well, if you've seen my review on the Lego Super Mario, then you will know my thoughts on that, so I'm not going to go over that again. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't think it's got a future, because I can't see anything that they haven't already done. I think its flaws aside, it's a great idea for a set, and you can see they've put a lot of work into it, but they've peaked. I honestly don't see what else they could do that they haven't done already. So I think once they run out of ideas for expansion packs, I think that's going to be it. I think it's going to go by the wayside, like so many other Lego set ideas. For example, Lego Indiana Jones. When Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, it was a huge thing. I had all the Lego Indiana Jones sets, and then it just sort of died, and that was it. It wasn't there, and there wasn't a lot more they could do with it, and I think it's sort of they've done too much too soon. They should have started smaller. Instead, they've done, right, here's everything. Look, here's all these expansion packs. Here's what we've done with this, and I don't see where they're going to go from there. So I think it's certainly going to be a popular. It's going to be a popular series. Do not get me wrong, and I think they're going to continue making and selling units for a while. But as for a future, I can't see where it's going to go. I really can't. I think it's well, as I said in my review, I think it's a great idea that's been poorly executed. So we will see. What games do you like? Harry Potter, car racing, Star Wars, example. Okay, this is actually something which I think I mentioned on Twitter recently. Is someone made a post about games and things like that, and I made a comment about saying, like, those sorts of people who can, I can't remember exactly what I said. I think what it was is they said, imagine if I wrote an article using the phrase boy gamers. Imagine the uproar, because obviously they were saying about the word girl gamers, which I agree is a ridiculous misnomer, that the idea is, oh, it's girl gamers, or you've got gamers and you've got girl gamers. But to me, girl gamers and boy gamers, to be fair, both of them, they're the kind of people that play Call of Duty or Modern Warfare, and that's all they play, or Fortnite. And they play one game and they consider themselves a gamer. That's that. See, so for me, That's why it's a bit difficult for me to narrow down a specific type of game, because I play so many different ones. I love so many different types of games that it's very difficult to pick a specific one. I mean, like I said, point and click games are nostalgic for me because I grew up playing them. But I love a good open world game. You know, I don't mind a linear game by any means. Some of them are very good, but a good open world game. I like a game that I can just drop into, and I don't really have to do anything. I can just run around and do whatever I want. And so I am a little bit choosy when it comes to games. For example, I've never understood open world games in first person, and that's part of the reason why I've struggled with some games. Because for two examples, Borderlands and when it comes out, Cyberpunk 2077. Now, I reserve my right to change my mind on the latter one when it comes out, but just generally, I've never understood first-person games that allow you to design your character, because I want to see the character I've designed. Games like Fallout and Skyrim, I usually play them in the first person, but I have the option to switch to third person. That's what I like, because it means I have the option to look at my character if they want. But then you've got games like Half-Life and Bioshock and Wolfenstein, which are games which are not third person, and they are always first person, and I've always struggled with first person, but I give those games a pass because those interested me. They have a good narrative in which to keep my interest and make me forget that it's first person. And recently I went to play We Happy Few, and maybe I've just missed out, maybe I've missed this, but all of the things that I had seen for We Happy Few, none of them actually suggested it was first person only. I thought it was third person, or at least the ability to switch between third and first. And so when I logged into it and I started playing it, and I was like, okay, it's in first person. So I get up, get the character. It's like, right, how do I change to third person? You can't. And I immediately lost interest in playing the game because suddenly it wasn't what I thought it was. And it's one of those games that the narrative, from what I've read of the narrative, it's one of those games that I definitely will go back to and I definitely will continue to play. But I'm very choosy when it comes to things like that, especially when it's first person. It has to grab me immediately. Otherwise, I'm really going to struggle to play it. So I don't really have a specific type of game. It depends on the mood I'm in, I suppose, of what I want to play. The weird thing is, as much as I love things like Bioshock and I love Half-Life, I've never been a huge multiplayer fan. I've never been, like Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, Overwatch. They don't appeal to me because the thing is, I've played, for example, the thing I don't like about online games, ridiculously, is I don't like the other players, because there are times when I've gone on and I've played, I've played Fallout 76, and I'm one of the few people, I really like Fallout 76, and I go on and I play it, or I play GTA Online, but I cannot play those games without having passive mode enabled, because the other players annoy me, which I know sounds silly, but it's like if I go on and I play a game, I want to play it. And the thing is with Fallout 76 is it's a great game, but what I love about that is there's actually not that many people play it, so you can play it like a normal Fallout game. So I'm not that huge on online games, but generally it varies depending on what I want to play, depending on what I feel like, because I'm one of those weird people. I can quite happily sit there and play a game whilst watching something else or listening to something else. It's something that I do quite often. So yeah, I don't really have a specific type of game, which I know is an odd answer to that question, but there it is. Have I played Half-Life Alyx? No, I haven't, but I do want to. The problem is I do not have either the means to play it, nor do I have the funds to afford any kind of VR stuff. And I will be perfectly honest, it's terrifying enough playing Half-Life on a screen. I cannot imagine playing it in VR. I cannot think of anything worse than hearing that squeaking sound and then turning around and having a poison headcrab fling itself at my face. So one day I think I probably will play it, but I think it's going to be a long way off. A, because I will be too much of a scaredy cat, and B, because I do not have any kind of VR headset on which to play it on. But it is something that I do want to invest in at some point, because there's quite a few VR games that I'd like to have a go at playing. So we will see. What platform do you prefer to play video games on? Ooh, it depends on the game. It really does depend on the game. Again, I'm not one of those people who will sit there and only choose one specific type of console to play on, because, again, for me, games are nostalgic. So there are games which I can't play on a... I play on Xbox. I'm an Xbox person, but there's lots of games like I love the Uncharted series, and I can't play them on anything other than a PlayStation. I can't play my old point-and-click adventure games on any console, so I play them on the PC. So it varies depending on what I'm playing. I don't really understand the mentality of those people who turn around and go, "Oh, you play Xbox? Oh, PlayStation? Oh, Sony's better," or "Our PC gamers are so much better than consoles." Nobody gives a shit. Just let people enjoy a video. That's the whole point. A video game's made to be enjoyed. Don't tell people that they can't, that you're better than them because you play on a different console. Who gives a shit? The thing is as well, I've genuinely seen people. I knew someone once, and he refuses to speak to me anymore for this reason. He was one of those people. He gave it all that about how PC games were better than console games, and how he was a brilliant gamer. And I can't remember what game it was. I really can't remember what game it was, but I played him online on a game on the Xbox 360. He was on his PC, and I don't know how he did it, but he was a computer. So he was playing on his PC, I was playing on his Xbox, and I absolutely thrashed him because he was giving it all that about how PCs were better, and he was a fantastic gamer and things like that. And then I just absolutely thrashed him, and he refused to speak to me after that, and I've never heard from him since. But that was exactly my point. It's people like that. It's just like, nobody cares if you think that's better. Just let people enjoy it, What is it? Who's my favourite comedian? Mine is James Acast because of how awkward he is. My favourite comedian? Well, how far back do you want to go? Because I could quite happily say Greg Davies. I could quite happily also say Laurel and Hardy. I could say Charlie Chaplin. I would be perfectly honest, if I had to pick a favourite comedian of all time, I would have to pick two, and it would have to be Morecambe and Wise, because they are just... Here's the thing. I've never understood. BBC do all of these endless talent shows and endless repeats of things, bring back variety. And I appreciate that you've got to be very careful about what you bring back in terms of variety, because obviously in the olden days of variety, you did have things like the Black and White Minstrel Show, which of course was not something certainly that is acceptable today. I shudder to imagine somebody trying to do that on television today. I can't, I don't get that at all. That would be just ridiculous. But a lot of the other Morecambe and Wise stuff, some of their older shows where you had singers come on and they just did funny sketches. If you worked out which ones were suitable for TV today, repeat them. Repeat those sorts of shows. Repeat the Two Ronnies. Repeat things like Porridge, Dad's Army, Open All Hours. All of these classic shows that just get overlooked because the current tide of TV is just filled with endless talent shows and repeats of modern day programs of just ridiculous comedy. And it's just repeat some of the good old stuff, I think Morecambe and Wise are certainly my favourites. And largely as well, my granddad was a huge fan of Morecambe and Wise. I mean, really huge, especially Eric Morecambe. He always had the same glasses and everything like that, and he was just a huge thing. So I think that's obviously why as well. I think it largely reminds me of a lot of his mannerisms and a lot of the things that he used to do that at the time I didn't realise were Morecambe and Wise references. Now, as a grown-up, I'm able to appreciate them more because I've watched it. Lots of things like that. It really is. It really is something that's very nostalgic to me. So I would have to say that I don't have a single comedian. It has to be two, and it has to be Morecambe and Wise. Let's have a look. See, now I'm going back, looking through some of the other questions I might have missed. This is actually, while I'm waiting for some other questions, this is a perfect example of why I don't do more actually live from the workshops, because this is what you'd end up having to sit here watching. You'd actually have to watch paint dry. You know, and it's also the reason why I don't do these sorts of things in real time, because it just takes so long, you know. Having said that, I can now do another coat on the base. Yeah, you know, it does just get a bit more difficult, and I need to mix up some more paint, which is the other point as well. The reason I can't do these in real time is because the paint dries out very, very quickly if I'm not careful. Probably because I've got a fan on, but it is so hot over here. Do you own any shirts with question marks on the collars? No. Next question. No. No, I have, as you can see, I have the Seventh Doctor's jumper. I think that's pretty much it. No, I don't. I'm not one for question marks on collars. It's a bit too on the nose, you know. I went through that phase of trying to dress up a bit like the Doctor, but in the end, I just decided to go my own sort of way with it. Yeah. So no, I haven't. Right, what colour? What other colour do we need? This is the problem with mixing paints like this as well, is you're never going to end up with exactly the same colour. However, in this instance, that's not a bad thing, because the different tones and colours of this brown, combined with the brush strokes, will actually give it a nice bit of a wood effect. So hopefully that plays into what I'm trying to do. It's pretty damn close, actually. What car shows do you like? The Grand Tour, and that's pretty much it. And even then, it's not about the cars. I'm one of those people. I don't like new Top Gear. I'll just get that out of the way now. I loved classic Top Gear, as I call it, the original Top Gear. And then when they moved over to the Grand Tour, I love that. But I'll be perfectly honest, I was always one of those people that I'm not really into cars. They're not hugely my thing. So when it actually came to the part of actually reviewing a car, that was when I would go and make a cup of tea. I was just there for the funny challenges. That was pretty much it. But no, I'm not really a car person. At present time, I'm 32 and I still don't drive. I don't have a I can drive, but I don't have a license because I never passed my test. Because I'll be perfectly honest, I hate driving. I'm just one of those people. I hate driving. So I'll retract that statement. I like my cars. I like classic muscle cars, like proper classic muscle cars. But I hate driving. Sort of annoying twist of irony there. So yeah, I'm not really hugely into cars and therefore car shows. It's not one of those things that hugely interests me because it's not my sort of thing, you know. At some point, I probably will end up getting my license. In fact, that was actually something I was planning to do this year. And then the COVID kicked off, and then because of where I am in the middle of nowhere in the West Country, the lockdown was a bit more restrictive, so I wasn't sure regarding driving lessons and things like that. I think people are starting to do them again now, but I need to check on that and see where that goes. So yes, cars, never really my thing. Do you think it's time you made a new channel trailer? Yes, it is, and I actually have. I have actually scripted. I've actually written the script for a new channel trailer. I just haven't gotten around to filming it yet. There was a reason. Why haven't I filmed it yet? I'm not sure. There was a reason I haven't filmed it yet, but maybe if I can't remember that reason, now's the time to do it. But yes, no, I am planning on doing a new channel trailer. Simply because a lot of the things that were in my current channel trailer are not necessarily relevant. So watch this space. There will be one coming at some point in future. Let's have a look. Again, I'm still getting a fair few Doctor Who based questions. So let's scroll back. Well, where are we now with this console? Another couple of paints. What time is it now? No, I'll probably stick with what I've got. I think I'm probably going to take about 4 hours-ish. If you like horror, you should watch Wrong Turn, but don't watch the sequels, they're very bad. Again, Wrong Turn, I've seen it, I've seen all the sequels, it's just a bit rubbish. Well, okay, it's not rubbish, but it's not horror to me. You know, it's cheesy horror, and it's horror in the sense of it's meant to be a horror film, but the thing is, to me, horror, the definition of horror is what you don't see. That's the very definition of horror. Horror is what your mind is left to conjure up. And a lot of people turn around and they say things like, "Oh, have you seen, like Saw? It's a horror film," and and it's like, well, it's a horror film, but it's not a film that's got a lot of horror in it. It's a gore film, is what it is. Horror to me is the Amityville Horror. It's The Shining. It's The Exorcist. It's the original pre-code 1930s Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man. It's Paranormal Activities 1, 2, and 4, not 3. 3 was a bit shit. But those are what I consider horror films because it plays actually into fear rather than just trying to play into gore. And gore's alright, but it gets very, very boring. And I think the idea, okay, put it this way, the idea of, let's think of a horror scenario. I tell you what, I don't know if anybody's ever familiar with it, but there was a guy, he was called Arch Obler, and he did a series of radio horror plays, one of which was called The Dark, and it's all about people being turned inside out. Now, obviously, that's a very difficult thing to realise because the body doesn't naturally turn inside out, which is why it works well on radio, because you end up with the sound effects of it, and they're genuinely quite sickening, and your mind is left to conjure up the image of a man being turned inside out with all of his organs hanging off his body. And it's just, that's a horrific image in your mind. But if you tried to realise that on screen, you can't, because it wouldn't look right, because that's not what the human body does. It's not made to do that. And so the minute you see that on screen, it's suddenly like, it's a bit anticlimactic, really, because it's not going to be as bad as what your mind conjures up. So, yeah, in terms of horror films, horror is to adapt, to paraphrase an old adage, the old adage being children should be seen and not heard. Horror should be heard and not seen. Put it that way. That's my take on horror anyway. Let's have a look. Any more questions? Simpsons did the Inside Out horror pretty well. Well, they did, actually. And weirdly, that is actually... that scene was inspired by Arch Obler's The Dark. But again, it's easier to do that animated because it's meant to be a cartoon. It's not meant to be real to life. If you're actually trying to do it to be real to life using real people, real special effects, that becomes a lot more difficult because you don't have the 2D lack, I suppose, of something in a cartoon that you wouldn't have in real life. In real life, you've got to accommodate for all the things like, well, if somebody's turned inside out, does that mean that all of their flesh is on the inside of their skeleton? So they're just a skeleton walking around with organs and everything inside them, but then the organs are already inside the skeleton, so the organs would be out. It doesn't work logistically. That's the point. So I think that's why that's the sort of thing that it works a lot better if you don't see it, because your mind then conjures up this image of how that works, and it's more horrific than anything you'll be able to realise on screen. Still waiting for more questions. Thoughts on Eagle Moss figurines? Well, it's not entirely a Doctor Who question. I suppose it's close enough to being an all question. I think that I don't collect them, first of all. I am certainly one more for actual action figures, but maybe that's because I can make them myself. I think the Eagle Moss figurines are certainly nice looking, but I think they are... I don't want to be unkind about them, but at the same time, I have to say, from the pictures I've seen and a lot of the things that I've seen from people, they do just look a bit rushed, I suppose, is the only way to describe it. And I said, I appreciate that they are working to a budget like anything, like any other piece of merchandise. They have to work with what they can do, but they've never really appealed to me because of, I don't know, they're more ornaments, which I know sounds weird given the fact that I make a lot of my figures and things that I make, I tend to say, are for display purposes. But I don't know, the Eagle Moss figurines just never interested me as a piece of merchandise. It is just one of those things that just never interested me. It was one of those things I just never thought of collecting, And it's the sort of thing that if I wanted something that I saw as an Eagle Moss figurine, I'd just make it myself. I think that's probably partly the reason why as well. I'd rather sit there and make it myself rather than pay to buy something that I probably wouldn't otherwise buy, if that makes sense. Have you seen The Office US? Yes, I have, and I have to say, as much as I love The Office UK, I think the US version of The Office may be the one. I've always said in the past, I've always been one of those people that's turned around and said American remakes of British shows are always bad. They always ruin them. But I actually have to say, I think the American version of The Office is the one exception to that, because they didn't try to make the American version of The Office a direct remake of the British version. There's obviously there's similarities and there's characters based on other characters, which is fair enough. But they made it its own thing, and I think it has worked very well. And it's always a fun series to watch because it's always a fun bit of cringe, a bit of comedy, and a bit of drama. There's a bit of everything mixed in there. So I think it's one of those things that as a Brit, it was one of those shows that I think I was aware of, and I was aware of its following, but I never really watched it. So I came to it quite late compared to many other people. And it's not one of those shows that I would say is a huge favourite of mine, but it is one of those shows that if I come across it or it comes up with some funny clips on YouTube, I'll probably watch them, Yeah, I don't really know what more to say about that. It's always one of those sort of things it's like, oh yeah, it's enjoyable, let's watch that for a second sort of thing, Let's have a look. Do you like TV series of Life on Mars? Yes, absolutely. Life on Mars and Ashes to Ashes, they're both brilliant. Possibly some of the best programs of the last decade, I would say. So I'm certainly looking forward to the not revival. I don't know what it's called. Was it called Lazarus or something? It was been mentioned on Twitter. They're doing a continuation of something, but that's literally all I know. I don't know anything else. So I'm interested to see where that's going to go and what they're doing with that. I just realised I've moved this off screen. I apologise. Apparently, Thomas Tank Engine is going on hiatus after the current season. What should they do to repair the brand? Get it back from the Americans at all costs. I apologise to my American viewers, but you lot have absolutely ruined Thomas the Tank Engine, because the simple fact is, when it went over to America, it's now been acquired by Mattel. So we've now got a toy company running a television show, and you can tell that they're literally running it just to make toys of it. And I think it's just awful. It really is. I've seen some bits of it, and it really... Some of the early... I didn't mind the early CG stuff. As much as I missed the model series, the early CG stuff, it was a natural progression, and it's very nostalgic to have the models and things like that. but the CG did it justice. They really did it well. But now it's moved on to this bizarre world of basically the whole point. The original series, it did adhere to actual sort of railway, laws and things like that, and there was a few instances where it didn't, and it was a huge thing. But now you've got trains doing ridiculous jumps, and they bounce around, and their bodies move when they talk, and it's just so ridiculous now. It's gone beyond anything that the series ever was. And the only thing, well, put it this way, in my view, Mattel's Thomas money-making machine is powered by the centripetal force of the Reverend Audrey spinning in his grave. That's my take on what current Thomas is. So, yes, I will say no more on that, because otherwise I will end up going on a rant for ages about how god-awful it is. Have you ever seen Fawlty Towers? I'm 32. I'm British. What do you think? Yes, of course I've seen Fawlty Towers. Anyone British who hasn't seen Fawlty Towers has got issues. I appreciate that it is a very dated show, and I know there was a thing recently about some episodes of it being taken off BritBox, and there was this whole thing about people saying, "Oh, it's ridiculous! You're not allowed to," PC culture and things like that. Thing is, though, that was completely blown out of proportion, and I'm got to be very careful about what I say here. It was completely blown out of proportion because the actual story was that they temporarily removed it in order to remove some racial slurs that were in it. And I'm not going to repeat them, but one of them was the N-word, and one of them was another word for people of a similar race, which begins with W, has an O and a G and ends with S. I apologise if that's me saying that is offensive. Anyone genuinely isn't. I'm trying to educate people here to say these are the reasons why these words were removed, because those words were used to form the butt of a joke, and that's just, at the time, it was acceptable because that's the way the world was. People didn't care about it then. People care about it today, so of course it's important to remove those things from it. If they remove the episode, then it's because it's an important issue. It needs to be addressed, because that's not acceptable for people to have today. And you get people that turn around and go things like, "Oh, removing it, they're spoiling the episode." The episode in question, I think the reason actually the episode in question is the Germans. And I think people immediately assumed that because it was that episode, it had been removed because they're saying, "Oh, you can't make fun of people like that anymore." But it's not because of that. It was because of the racial slurs contained within that episode. And I genuinely, I've actually known some people, German people, who actually find that episode hilarious because of the jokes and the stereotypes. And it's the sort of thing that it's got past the point now where that has stopped being offensive to them, and they can see it as a joke. And of course, there's going to be people that are always going to find it offensive. You're always going to find someone who finds something offensive. But what you need to do in that instance is you either remove the offending content, which is absolutely a right decision to do, or you leave these things intact, but you precede them with some kind of disclaimer saying, "This episode contains da-da-da-da-da. This was made at a time when this was acceptable. This is the reason why it's still in here, because we want to highlight the fact that this is no longer acceptable, but we also don't want to, remove the content, and whichever way you do it, you're going to have an issue. Either people are going to say, "Oh, they've removed the content, PC culture, whatever," or you put in the disclaimer and they go, "Oh, you've got to warn everyone about everything these days, PC culture." There's nothing you can do. There's no way you can win. And I made this point actually in my recent review of The Celestial Toymaker. There is a scene in one of the missing episodes where one of the characters says "eeny, meeny, miny, mo," and they say "eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a racial slur by his toe." And again, at the time that was made in the 1960s, that was perfectly acceptable. It is obviously, of course, not acceptable today. I think, anyone who says that today, you'd think, you must know that's not, you can't say that. It's, I cannot fathom people who turn around and say those sorts of things. But in my review, I said there's two ways of doing this. You either remove the offending scene, or, like they've done in the audio versions of it, you have someone talking over it so the word is obscured, or you include a disclaimer at the start of that episode to say, this episode contains a racial slur that was at the time considered appropriate use. It is now not appropriate use, but in the interests of presenting this episode in the way that it was meant to be seen, we have left this in. However, this disclaimer is there to warn people that it is there. And I personally think that removing it is probably the better option. But in a way, I also think that removing it is sort of not a good idea, because, and this is what I said in my review, is if you remove it, then yes, people aren't offended, but you've removed the lesson that goes with it. So personally, I would say you're better off. It's a good idea to remove it, but it's a better idea to have a disclaimer in there, a very clear disclaimer saying this is in here, this is why. Because as long as it remains in the episode, then yes, it is an offensive term, I appreciate, and I know that not everyone's going to agree with this view, but if you leave it in the episode with a disclaimer, it is an important way of saying this is not acceptable today, and we need to remember that. This was acceptable back then, and we need to remember that it is not acceptable today. If you remove that, the lesson goes with it. If you leave it in, then you risk offending people, but you leave the lesson in as well. So it's, I think it's going to be one of those things that you're never going to be able to please everyone. But I think it's different. The thing is, it's easy for me to say this because I'm not affected by things like this. And so if the people that are affected by it think it should be removed, then I would say I will defer to you on that. It's something that affects you. It should be your choice. As someone who it doesn't affect, I think it's important to leave it in there because it will constantly remind people that what they say and things that were said in the past are not acceptable today, and you have to be aware of that, because I think it's an important lesson that, put it this way, you're never going to be able to eradicate things like homophobia, sexism, racism, and I think people who think turn around and go, well, one day the world will be free and everyone will be able, no one will ever say anything offensive. I think you got your head in the clouds. It's never going to happen. I truly wish it would, but it's never going to happen. And so I think the only way to sort of really go forward is to make sure that these lessons remain in place, to teach people that these things are not acceptable. And I like anyone, I think I will hold my hands up and say in the past I've certainly said my own fair share of controversial things. I think anyone has, but we're all human. We all do. And I think as long as you remember what you have said is bad, and you continue that lesson, it is a lesson that you can pass on to people. If you ignore it and you pretend it didn't happen, that lesson's not there, and then future generations don't learn these things. How many things are we saying today? How many words today? How many terms that we deem affectionate today might be considered incredibly inappropriate in 100 years' time? You have to move with the times. You have to move with the times, but you've also got to remember that as we move with the times, we have to remember why the past times we've had. As you move with the times, you've got to remember why you've moved on from past times, if that makes sense. I went into a bit of a PSA territory there. I apologise, but and again, I just want to make it clear: if anything I have just said has offended or upset anyone, I genuinely apologise. I do not wish to offend anyone at all. I don't condone racist, homophobic, sexist, anything like that at all. I think it's abhorrent. But I'm also not someone who has blinders on to believe that one day it won't be a problem. I fully accept that it will always be an issue, and that's why we need to continue to fight it properly. Right. Sorry about that. Let's move on. Let's have a look. Yes, I see the console. Sorry about that. The problem is this is another reason why it's difficult to do live for the workshop stuff, is because my natural way I paint is like that. So I would have it this close. So I'm having to sort of do that. Luckily, I'm not doing too many smaller details, so hopefully I'm not having to do that. And I'm also hoping that the problem I've got with this is, for those wondering, the way I've hinged this is I've put a bit of paper on the inside, which I'm then using as a hinge. But the problem is that naturally it wants to hold itself open, so I'm going to have to come up with a way of getting it to stick in place without it sticking to the paint too much. We'll have to wait and see what I can do with that. Still waiting for some questions. Oh. Still getting Doctor Who questions. Save them for later. You've got... Whoops. What time is it? So basically another 20 minutes of normal questions, and then I'll move on to Doctor Who questions. Because I've still got quite a way to go on this. I've still got to finish doing the top coats. I would say I'm near enough. I've got maybe another overcoat, then I've got to do the weathering, and I've got to stick these in place and do a lot of the gold stuff. So we're not far off. I reckon it's going to be another couple of hours. Right. I shall carry on repainting while I'm waiting for some more questions to come in. Well, look, actually, is a hot dog a sandwich? No, it's a hot dog. I wouldn't say it's meat between bread, but it's a different thing. I wouldn't say that's a sandwich. A sandwich is an entirely different thing. But maybe that's just me. Can you give us a step-by-step way you make cups of tea? Ah, right. Well, firstly and foremostly, let me just state, I put the milk in first. And I believe, I heard it on QI, so it must be true. There is actually a 3,000-page document by the National Tea Association who ran a test experiment sort of thing, and they determined that the milk goes in first. And I appreciate it's a controversial thing, but here's the thing, right? This is what I do when as many of you know, I have insomnia, so I have to spend my nights doing things. I have gone through the process of making cups of tea, and I honestly believe that the milk should go in first, because if you pour the way I make my cup of tea is I put milk, then sugar, then tea bag, then hot water, and then leave it to stew, because I like my tea strong, so I only have a very little bit of milk as well. If you pour the water in first and then you pour the milk in, the milk does that sort of marble smoke effect into the water, and it doesn't really mix very evenly, and I find it makes the tea very weak. It makes it too watery. If you put the milk in first and you pour the water over the tea bag, so you pour the water actually onto the tea bag in the mug, then it actually mixes more evenly, I find, and makes the tea stronger. And in all fairness, I don't wish to blow my own trumpet, but I've made cups of tea for many, many people, and I always do it my way of putting the milk in first, and I have I think 90% of them, bearing in mind I'm saying I've made made cups of tea for lots of people, but I have. 90% of them have complimented me on my tea and said that's a very nice cup of tea, and I usually say that's because I put the milk in first, and they're always like, you don't put the milk in first. I said, well, I just have, and you've just said it's a good cup of tea. So just those of you that like tea, there's an experiment for you. Make 2 cups of tea, one where you put the milk in last, one where you put the milk in first, and I bet you that the one with the milk in first will taste better. Because I genuinely think it does. I appreciate it's not for everyone, but I don't think there's any right or wrong way to make tea. But the right way to make it is you put the milk in first, and anyone that says otherwise is wrong. Right. Hi Jimmy, do you think you could use tiny magnets to keep the doors on the console shut? I did consider that, actually. I did consider getting a little magnetic strip, because I don't know how well you can see it. I'll have to paint. Which way am I doing it? God, this is difficult to do to camera. There is this bit here, this ridge just underneath the console lip. And what I was thinking of doing was putting a bit of double-sided tape that I would then stick the doors shut with. But the problem is that's then going to take the paint off. The other idea that did occur to me was get a small magnetic strip, kind of like the ones that you would stick, fridge magnets to a fridge with, sort of thing, and put a bit round the edge there, and then put a little bit on the inside of the doors. But I think at the moment it's staying together fairly well, but I don't think it's going to stay that way. So I might have to sort of do that at a later date. I don't think that's going to be something I'm going to be able to do today, but there are certainly different ways I can do it and try doing it. So we'll see which one that comes up and see which one works best. Ever met Gordon Ramsay in person? No, I'm not sure. Would I want to? I wouldn't mind, but I would also be slightly terrified because I do like cooking, and I consider myself a good cook, but then I would worry. I would certainly worry what he'd make of some of my dishes. Recreate your reaction to 10K, please. That's pretty easy because it's probably not what you were expecting. So I'm sat here at my laptop just doing stuff, logging on to YouTube. Oh, I hit 10K. Hey. I mean, that's literally it. I wasn't jumping for joy, and it's sort of thing. I knew it was going to come at some point, so it was. I had time to expect it. I had time to prepare. So it's probably not not the reaction that you were all expecting. I appreciate. Sorry for bringing this up. Have you ever had a channel? I'm not. No, I haven't. I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not going to get involved in other people's drama. Have you ever watched The Green Wing? Yes, I have, many years ago. It's one of those things. It keeps popping up when I sign on to All 4 catch-up service, and I keep meaning to sit down and re-watch it, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Again, that was one of those series because the question mentioned that Michelle Gomez was in it. Again, saw that long before she was in Doctor Who, so it's one of those things that I think I watched it because it was at the time when I was watching things like black books, which I appreciate. Black books. I've mentioned that, so I want to address this very carefully. Black Books is written, co-created by a certain person. I'm not going to mention his name, but we're all aware of who he is. He also did Father Ted. I appreciate he is a very controversial figure due to his outspoken transphobic views. I do not in any way, shape or form agree with any of his views. That does not stop me watching and enjoying Black Books or Father Ted because, like many things, he might have co-created them and written them, but he is not the only person involved in them. Father Ted, for example, it was one of the last things that Dermot Morgan did. It was one of the things that introduced me to him, like many others, and I think boycotting it for the sake of one person is very sad because they're both very good series, and so if other people want to boycott it for that reason, I have absolutely no problem with it. That's entirely up to them. But I just want to make it clear that my enjoyment of those, saying I enjoy those series and that I still watch them, is in no way, shape or form meant to be condoning or supporting the views of the person that wrote it. I am absolutely against the things that they have said and the things that they have done. And my enjoyment of the series is because of everyone else's involvement and not theirs. I just want to, I want to make that clear. Obviously, I'm sure some people are going to go, well, what's this about? Who's this going on? As I said, the person that wrote this co-created it. He's known for having some quite transphobic views. He's been involved in some things on Twitter with other people who are known for their transphobic views, one of whom recently worked for Big Finish, played the Master. Again, I don't want to really mention their name on the live stream, but you if you know who they are, you'll know who they are. So yeah, I don't condone or support their views by watching the series. I just want to, make it clear that my enjoyment of the series is enjoying many of the other performances and things that are in it. I think it's a real shame that someone like them has gone the way they've gone, but that's what's happened, sadly. Just wondering, are you going to do any challenge competitions in the future? That is a good question. I would love to do more challenge competitions in future. The problem was that the last one just went so badly wrong. For those not aware, it was called the Dalek Challenge, and the idea was that I wanted people to come up with... I asked people to come up with an idea for a Dalek using a new series Dalek as a base, and the rules were very clear that it had to be a simple repaint or a very, very, very basic sculpt change based on a new series Dalek sculpt. And there are not a lot of ideas for that, I appreciate. And it was also, that was the other thing here, it had to be something that was part of the show. It had to be something that was in the TV series or an expanded media or something like that. It couldn't be a fan creation. I wanted to do something that was official. And I appreciate there were not a lot of ideas for people to come up with, but the problem was I was having problems finding ideas. So I wanted to see if other people could come up with something as well. The problem was that people just immediately ignored the rules. They came up with fan creations. They came up with things like people suggested, like the stained glass Dalek, which obviously isn't isn't a new series Dalek, and B would have to be an entirely new sculpt, something entirely new to build. So I shut down the challenge, and then I thought, right, you know what, I want to just, maybe I didn't make the rules very clear, so I did it again. I laid out the rules as clear as I could, and people still ignored the rules. They just kept coming up with things, and so it just sort of really put me off doing challenges in future, because there's no point in doing challenges if people aren't going to observe the rules. And, I had people saying, like, well, the rules, your rules are really difficult. They make coming up with something really difficult. It's like, well, yes, that's kind of the point. It's, you've got to actually put some work into it. You can't just suggest something off the top of your head, or you can't just contravene the rules because you can't find something, So I would like to do more challenges in future, but it's sort of put me off doing them, and I want to try and find something in future that is A, a challenge that I want to be involved in, and B, something which is a challenge which people can actually adhere to and actually do. I mean, other people have suggested, well, why don't you do something like a TARDIS console challenge where people design a console and then you make it, and it's like, but I don't want to make other people's consoles. There's nothing interesting in that for me. So it's finding the right sort of thing to design. At the end of the day, and we'll see. Something might come up in future, but at the present time, I don't have any ideas for doing any kinds of challenges and things like that in future. Pepsi is better than Coke. Prove me wrong. I'll be perfectly honest. There's not really a huge amount of difference. I would say personally, Coca-Cola is better, but Pepsi is cheaper, and they basically taste the same, apart from a few little sort of hints of flavour. So I don't really see the problem. If I can't get Coke, I'll buy Pepsi. If I can get Coke, I'll buy Coke. I want to make it clear I'm talking Coke as in the drink, not the drug. I've just realised that. I don't know how many people... I don't know where people are, so I don't know what I'm saying. Something might not make sense depending on where you are. Still waiting for questions. Well, you got 9 minutes to get your non-Doctor Who questions. I'm sure lots of you are just waiting to ask me Doctor Who questions. But you've got 9 minutes to ask me non-Doctor Who questions, or non-customs questions. While I'm waiting for questions to come in, I'll actually ask that. Is answer mine? Well, I don't know what your question is. You have to tell me what it was again, because again, as I said, I can't scroll up and easily look through them all. Don't do drugs, kids, or anyone really. Yes, do not do drugs. Don't do drugs. Drink responsibly, or don't drink at all, and don't smoke. And I want to make it clear that I am being a bit hypocritical there, because I do smoke. You shouldn't smoke, but I do. But in the interest, people shouldn't smoke. In terms of drinking, I'm actually pleased to say that I don't really drink. I might have the occasional cider, because I'm from the West Country, at Christmas or my birthday, but just generally, I'm not a drinker. It's not, I don't need to drink. I don't feel the need to drink when I have fun. And I want to make it clear as well, I'm not turning around and being one of those people that say, oh, well, I don't drink, so I'm clearly better. No, it doesn't make me a better person. I'm not a huge fan of drinking. I never really was. Perfectly honest, I think when I was a drinker, it was probably largely due to slight peer pressure. So it sort of put me off in a bit. And I'll be perfectly honest, it did get to a point where in my teens where I realised I wasn't drinking. I realised basically, I think there was a time in my teens when I realised I was on the verge of developing a dependency on it. So I decided to stop. So I did. And I'm perfectly happy being sober, So, yeah. Don't drink. If you do drink, drink responsibly. Don't smoke. And don't do drugs. Basically, just act responsibly, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Well, there you go. There's something I don't think I've shared before. Everyone has their own mantra in life. I suppose mine is what was instilled in me by my parents was, as long as it's not illegal or immoral or you're not hurting anybody, live your life the way you want. Do what you want. Say what you want. Just do it in a way that doesn't contravene or harm others. It's a very simple life lesson, and one that I think works very well. Where am I? What's your favourite music band to listen to? C earlier in the stream. I think I answered that question along those lines. Do you like Star Trek? Nope, not for me. Really not for me. I was never a Star Trek fan. I never got into it. It was just one of those things that just... I think the only thing I ever liked about Star Trek was in the 90s, it was on after The Simpsons on BBC Two. And I think it was The Next Generation, and I think that was the only thing I liked about it, is I would listen to the intro music and then I'd turn it off. That was the only thing I think I liked. Do you like swimming? Can't think of anything else. Well, I actually will make a slight admission here. I can't swim. Well, I am not a strong swimmer. Ironically, I've spent my entire life, I've grown up literally on the coast of North Devon. I've literally spent my entire life by the sea. And the few times I have gone away from the sea, I've gone to other coasts. I've grown up on the North Devon coast, and then we used to go and see my grandparents on the Dorset coast, so there was always sea. And I used to go in the sea, and I did used to sort of swim about a bit. But if I get out of my depth, I can't go out of my depth because I'm not a strong swimmer. I find it very difficult. So, personally, I probably can swim, but I just haven't. I don't. So I generally count myself as a non-swimmer, because I've never needed to, and I'm not a fan of deep water. I don't like being out of my depth because I've always got that horrible. It's probably too many horror movies like Jaws of that image of just something coming up out of the darkness, and it's So I count myself as a non-swimmer, which is just one of those things that at some point I probably will. Like if and when I have kids and they learn to swim, that's probably when I'll learn to swim as well, or at least I'll learn to swim properly. So you probably thought that was an odd question to ask, but there you go. You've just learned something new about me. Would you like to do other models, for example, Thunderbirds, Star Trek, Star Wars? Yes and no. I think it's the sort of thing I like. As much as I love Thunderbirds and things like that. It's like I bought all of the supersized Thunderbirds models. The only ones that I haven't got are Thunderbird 5 because they haven't made supersized version of those of the new CG series or the classic one. So I might make that at some point. But the new CG series also, they didn't make a supersized Thunderbirds 1. They were going to, but then the toy company collapsed or got bought out or something, and it never happened. So, but the one thing that I'm desperate to find one day, or design myself on a 3D printer, is, I don't know why, but of all of the Thunderbirds pod vehicles that really stuck in my memory, it was the elevator cars from the first episode, the ones that they land the fire flash on. And I don't know why, but those have always stuck in my head. I love the design of them. And so either if somebody's made it already, then I'm going to print it off. But if not, I'm probably going to end up designing that myself to 3D print, because I'd love to have that in a massive scale, version, or even just a small scale version. I've got a tiny, tiny little model one, but I would love to have a really big one, because that was just one of those ones that always just really stuck out to me. So that is certainly something that I wouldn't mind making at some point. The other thing that I do have somewhere, I think my mum's got it in the filing cabinet, was many, many, many years ago, way back before some of you were probably even born. That's how old I am. Way back in the 90s, the early 90s, obviously, like many kids, I watched Blue Peter. And at that time, Thunderbirds was having its revival repeat of the 90s. And they did a how to make your own Tracy Island Thunderbirds for all the little... I think they were made by Ertl or Matchbox at the times, Thunderbirds. And they did. We got a plan of how to make Tracy Island, and we never made it. And I would love to make it at some point. So that is something which I might do in future, is go back and make the Blue Peter Tracy Island, because it was something that I never did as a kid, and I would certainly love to do it. And I don't know if she'd appear in a video, but I know my mum would love to see that made as well, because she was always interested in seeing it. What's the coolest hat I own? I don't really own many hats. I've got my Indiana Jones fedora there, my finger's on it in the stream, which is sort of on my hat stand. The only hat that's on my hat stand. Other than that, I have Clementine's hat from the Walking Dead game, which is my sort of everyday hat, as it were. No, I don't really own many hats. I'm not really a hat person. I do like a good fedora, I do have to admit. I'm not one of those fedora guys. But I do like it's a sort of stuff. The thing is, I think it's one of those things. Tell you what, that's the thing, is you get those fedora guys. They're always wearing trilbies. They don't wear fedoras, they wear trilbies. That's the first thing. But to me, it's like, I don't see a fedora. I'm not one of those things like, oh, milady. I see fedoras like, when I look at a fedora, I think of Indiana Jones. I think of Rick in Casablanca, with really sort of the actual times when wearing a proper suit fedora with a proper suit was actually stylish. It's not a fashion accessory. It's an actual suit style. That's what. So yes. So no, I don't really own many hats, but the few I do, I don't really wear. What's your favourite Darren Brown documentary or show? I do like Darren Brown. I've watched a few of his recent things. I haven't watched his most recent one. I watched The Fall. That was very good. I think probably my favourite ones he did. Well, he did his Channel 4 show, and I'm not sure which episode it was, but there was one of a guy in a pub. They set up this game that was induced hypnosis or whatever, assuming, obviously it's all tricks in the mind and things like that. But basically, he plays this game, and then Darren hypnotises him, and then they actually put him in a real life area that represents the game, and he's made to do it in real life, real time, which was certainly very interesting. But I really loved, as controversial it is, I loved his Russian roulette one. Incredibly dangerous, of course, and certainly not something that I think people should emulate by any means at all, because it is trickery. But that was genuinely one of those edge-of-the-seat things. It was really good. So if you ever get the chance to watch that, I would recommend it. But again, I will say, bear in mind, it is all tricks. It is not real, and nobody should play Russian roulette in real life, because that's just stupid, and it's, you know, it's not a game. Things like that. That's, you know, what he's doing is a magic trick. If you do it in real life, you're just being an idiot. So yes, trick of the mind. Thank you. Who's your favourite character from The Office? I don't really have the US. Sorry, I don't really have a. I don't really have a favourite character, because I like them all for different reasons. I suppose they've each got their own. They've each got their own merits and things like that. If I had to pick a character, I probably identify with the most, or at least the character that whose traits I enjoy the most, or I see myself in. It probably is, ironically or unironically, Jim, because it's his not his slightly. He is one of those characters. Everyone loves him, but he's a lovable dick. Let's be honest, he is a bit of a dick. But I think I like it's his harmless pranks. I like it's the little wind ups and things like that he does. One of my favourite ones is one where he looks above Dwight's eyes. He doesn't look Dwight in the eye, and I do that to my girlfriend sometimes, and it really irritates her because but it's brilliant because it doesn't really harm anyone. It just annoys people. So I like that one. That's always a fun one to do. Do you know the newspaper you're painting on top of without looking to check? I don't really. What do you mean? Am I sure I'm on the newspaper? The newspaper's quite far spread out, so I don't really understand the question, if I'm perfectly honest. Just wondering, do you like James Bond? Which films do you like? I do like Bond films. I say I like them. I honestly don't think I've ever sat there and watched. No, I probably have watched them all, but I haven't sat there and watched a marathon of them, and I couldn't really tell you much about them off the top of my head. But I do like them. You know, it is. I think it is one of those things that I appreciate, that in today's world, Bond is a bit of a controversial figure. But the thing is, I think the thing with Bond is he is an anti-hero. He's not meant to be a hero. He's not a nice person. He's really not a nice person. He's cruel. He's a very cruel man. You know, and he's not meant to be this lovable rogue. He's just meant to be a bit of a. I tell you what. He's the lovable rogue that you love to hate, but you can't hate to love. You know, it's he's that sort of person. So I think I don't think I've really got a favourite individual film. I'm really not a fan of whichever one George Lazenby was in. I think he's not a good Bond. I find it not because it's the stereotypical thing to say, oh, he's a rubbish Bond. I genuinely just find his characterisation of Bond a bit wooden. I do like Doctor No. I think Sean Connery is a very, very good Bond. But I do like the Timothy Dalton Bonds, because Timothy Dalton he's a bit of an odd character as Bond. I tell you what, if I could have Sean Connery's Bond in Timothy Dalton's films, that would be my ideal Bond, because I think the Timothy Dalton films encompass the sort of quite gritty, dark nature of a Bond film, in the same way that sort of like Casino Royale and Quantum, the Daniel Craig films. I think Daniel Craig's Bond's very good, but if you could have Sean Connery as Bond, I think he'd do very well. I really do think he's very good. So yeah, I'm certainly interested to see it way in the future. But a conversation that I had with my girlfriend the other day, actually, we were talking about Bond, and I actually have to say, if I could see anyone, because I'm sure somebody's going to ask this in a minute, if I could see anyone as the next Bond, I honestly think Idris Elba would make a brilliant Bond, because the thing is, and I'm going to say something which I appreciate is controversial, so I want to apologise in advance. It is not meant to sound to offend or upset anyone. I don't think you can have a female Bond, because Bond is a very male character. He is as M puts it in, is it Goldeneye? She says you're a sexist, misogynist dinosaur, a relic of the Cold War, and that's exactly what Bond is, and that's what Bond should always be. He should be, as I said, the anti-hero. He should be the guy who's not very nice. The guy that you hate to love, but you love to hate, sort of thing. So, I think if you brought a woman into that role, it wouldn't work the same way. You need Bond to be the bit of a nasty figure because it sort of is a reminder that there are people like that in the world. So I don't think a female Bond would work, but I see no problem with a black Bond because at the end of the day, Bond's skin colour isn't a contributing factor in his characterization. Yes, he was originally written as a white male, but you could write him as a black male and he'd still be the same guy. You could still make him the same character. You look at all the amount of different actors that have played Bond. They've all been white, but they've all been different people. But they're still playing the same character. It still works. So I personally think Idris Elba would make an absolutely brilliant Bond. My only problem with him as Bond is because I think he'd be too closely linked and stereotyped as Luther. I think in order to be Bond, I think people would draw too many comparisons to that. I think people would expect him to be a bit too much like Luther in terms of his Bond. But I certainly think he'd be a fantastic Bond. I certainly would love to see him. And going back to the subject of a female Bond, I'm certainly interested to see how they're going to do this. His replacement, his sort of 007's replacement in the new film, is obviously is female and black. I really do hope they don't kill off her character. I think they've done it. If they're going to do a female Bond, that's the right way to do it. Is to actually have a female equivalent of. Don't have a female Bond. Have a female equivalent of Bond, and don't kill off her character. Make her a character that's just part of that narrative. I don't think she needs to be a spin-off or anything like that. What I'd like to do actually, is if they develop the character in this film, but then they bring a new Bond in, so therefore it's a new narrative universe sort of thing. Transfer her character over to it in the same way that they transferred M's character from GoldenEye's era to the Daniel Craig, the Casino Royale era. That the fact that they did that with Judi Dench's character proves it works. So I think if they do develop this new female equivalent of Bond, introduce her into the next series. Don't make her a Bond girl. Don't make her become a love interest or things like that. She needs to be she needs to be, as I said, the female equivalent of Bond. She needs to be the one person who doesn't fall for Bond, who isn't drawn in by his wiles. She needs to be as wily and as cunning as him. I think I certainly hope that that's the way they go with that character, because I think if you, like I said, you can't have a female Bond, but there's no harm in having. You can't have Bond as a woman, but there's no harm in having a female equivalent of Bond. So I think that's certainly going to be an interesting way if that's the way they decide to do it. Right, well, we're now at 4 o'clock. I've been streaming for about 2 hours. So now I will move on to Doctor Who and customs questions. So I'm sure many of you have been waiting for this. So by all means, begin. Just while I'm waiting for some other questions to come in, I'll ask some of the other ones. Thoughts on Billie Eilish? I think she's brilliant. I think she's very talented. She's for someone of her age, she's very talented. She's a good musician. She is incredibly grounded for someone of her age, and I certainly hope that that she's one of those people. She keeps her outlook on life in the way that and I'm not saying that she. I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Basically, without naming names, you get a lot of younger musicians and actors and things like that who go a bit too far to try and shed off the childhood star image, But she seems to be the sort of person who, she's not a child, she's not a child, but she seems to be the sort of person who's come into her career at the right time, where she's come into her career at an age where she's aware of her future maturity and she's got the right outlook on life, that she's aware of her age, but she's mature enough to know that that shouldn't be a contributing factor in her career. So yeah, no, all the best to her future career. I think she's an absolutely fantastic artist. I certainly enjoy her music. It's not the sort of thing that I would normally listen to, but she really does do some fantastic work. You know, I have to say. Right, so let the questions flood. Doctor Who, yes, there's so many that are coming in. Do you think Omega will return? I don't know. I would hope he would, but obviously there's this whole thing of this K9 timequake thing that happened, and then it didn't happen, and then it was going to happen, and then it hasn't happened. So it all depends on what the writers want to do with that. You know, at the moment, they haven't sort of really returned K9. So obviously I appreciate you can't really return K9 without Sarah Jane Smith anymore. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, K9's returning it's returned in many of the audio Big Finish ones. These 3 of him are going to turn up with River Song soon, so we're certainly interested to see where that's going to go. No, I hope Omega returns. I would like to see Omega return, and certainly see where they decide to go with his character. What would be interesting now is actually, excuse me. What would be interesting now, actually, given the Timeless Child revelations, is to actually have it confirmed that Rassilon and Omega were the second 2 Time Lords that we briefly hinted were implied that they might have been the other 2 we saw in the Timeless Child. Imagine that we know Omega flew off, and then those who have read Supremacy of the Cybermen comic know he had a thing with the Cybermen, but then that all went fine and he was back to normal. But I would certainly love to see Omega Rassilon finding Omega and then trying to take back Gallifrey together. That would be really interesting. I'd love to see that. That would be a very, very interesting story. Which figures would you most like to be released in the B&M range? I don't really know, to be honest, because there's lots of things that I would like to see, like many people, but it's a bit difficult. In the past, I would have loved to have said, yes, I want to see them release this, I want to see them release that, but now I've sort of got a better understanding of what goes into the making of the figures. It sort of is, it is a bit, it's a bit different, because there's a lot of things I would love to see, but I know that it wouldn't necessarily be doable, so it's a bit of a tough one. I'd probably have to sit there and make a list of things that I would like to see them do. It does get quite difficult. But having said that, I would like to see, those of you who haven't seen it, please go and watch it. I did a set idea of, a history of the Davros set with Davros and the Dalek. I did a video on that. That's something I certainly would love to see, because I've been collecting. I've got them all here. I've been collecting one of each of the classic Davroses, and then I've been making one of each of the custom versions of the ones that are missing. And so I think it would certainly be something that I would love to see, because I know a lot of people would like to get their hands on the classic Davroses again. So that would certainly be something that I would love to see. This is where I am going to have to start sort of slightly scrolling through questions now. I'm trying to pick and choose the questions carefully so I'm not repeating myself as well. Am I interested in the immersive attractions? Interested, yes. Likely to go to them, no. Like a lot of the Time Lord Victoria stuff, I'm certainly interested. You know, I'm getting I'm getting all of the books and the comics. The Eagle Moss figures, I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to buy them, because A, I don't really have any interest in buying the Eagle Moss figures, and B, if I do want to make those figures, if I do want those figures, I'd make them. The only thing that I'm missing out on is the little narrative booklets that have the information in them, but I don't want to pay 18, whatever it is, how many pounds it is, just for that information booklet. It'd be easier to wait until it's been released and then hope someone's kind enough to be willing to scan the booklet in for me and give me a copy of it, because that's the only thing I'd really be interested in. And the immersive stuff as well, as I said, the problem is, with lockdown currently still sort of going on and restrictions in place, it's difficult to get to, B, I can't afford it, and C, I don't really have any way of getting there. So it's, you know, it's just one of those things. It's a bit of a shame. What I think would have been done would have been a better idea for the immersive stuff. Would have been if as nice as the actual being there and like you having that Doctor Who experience of actually being there and doing it, I think a much better idea for the immersive thing would have been to have done an online thing. So you basically pay. Like I said, they've released the Kate Stewart thing and the other intro thing. Sorry, I've got a bit of a tickle. Excuse me a minute. Sorry. They've released the Kate Stewart promo thing, and they released the other one like that, and that was all online. And I thought, well, why don't they do some online immersive thing? So imagine like it'd be kind of like a callback to Series 1 where you've got to like Mickey hacking into the unit website, and you could actually have the people doing it. But what you need to do is, in order to make it, so you have it so each person who wants to do it, you pay you pay a fee to be given a digital password, and it's one time only. It's a one-time use thing. So once you've used it, you can't go and use it again, and you can't hand it out to other people. And you basically pay, and then you do it all yourself on a digital screen without leaving your home. And I appreciate it wouldn't necessarily be the same as it wouldn't necessarily be the same as actually going there and seeing it and doing it. But I think under the current restrictions, it would certainly be something which would be an interesting idea to do. And I appreciate they probably can't do it now because they probably put a lot of forethought into this and it's already been planned, and so now they've got to do it. And I that's fair enough. But the problem with doing things like that is they are restricting some people from being able to go and do it, in a sense of not everyone can get there to do it, not everyone can afford it, and things like that. And so if you did something that was more home-based, it would be easier and cheaper, I think, for people to do it. So, you know, that's just my thoughts on it. Maybe they'll do something like that in future. It would certainly be something I think would be brilliant to see, because it would be something that, again, lots more fans could get involved in, you know, and do something like that. But yeah, the immersive stuff, I'm not really that hugely interested in it, mainly because I'm not going to get the chance to do it. So, you know, there's not really a lot I can do about that. What's the one custom you've always wanted to make but never found the right way to do it? I don't really think there's anything like that I can think of. I suppose the only thing that would come to mind would be a full-size Dalek and a full-size TARDIS, but that's more a sort of thing I can do that. It's just the shape, the space in order to do it is the difficult part there. No, I don't really think there's anything that's been a case of not being able to do it. I think when I started doing customs, I could probably answer that question, but now I've sort of progressed into doing more different customs and things like that. I'm just looking. Now I've sort of progressed and done more sort of other customs and things like that. I've learnt enough to be able to do the things that I didn't think I'd be able to do at the start, if that makes sense. So there's not really anything today that I can immediately think of that I can't make. It's just more sort of either not having the space or not having gotten round to it yet. Do you still dislike the classic colour schemes on new series Daleks? Yes, I don't understand people's obsession with this. I really doesn't work. It doesn't look right, because I think the classic Daleks are the one thing. I think the thing is, whenever someone mentions classic Daleks, classic colour schemes on new series Daleks, they always usually mention the white and gold Imperial, and I think that is the worst looking one. It just looks horrible on a new series Dalek. It really doesn't work. And so that's why my idea, where is it? Do I have it to hand or is it stuck in the back somewhere? But my idea for, can I get that out without knocking everything over? My idea for a new series Dalek in a sort of classic colour scheme, I apologise how dusty this is, I haven't done it, that's my idea. Because this is, a lot of you might think, well, that's just your grey Renegade Dalek. But the thing is, what I've done is I've combined the grey Renegade with the black midsection of the Death to the Daleks sort of style. And I think that works because it's something which it evokes a classic look. Whilst I did knock things over, I knew I would. It evokes, are they going to fall over more? No. It evokes the classic colour scheme style without just doing a rehash of something that we've seen before. You know, I like the fact that it's a bit new and it's a bit different. And I think that's the way it needs to go forward. And I certainly think that the bronze Daleks are in need of a new colour scheme. So, in my ideal world, I would have that grey Dalek as the standard drone, and then reintroduce the Paradigm Daleks in their metallic colour schemes as an officer class. That would be my ideal Dalek setup. That's what I would like to see, because I think that would certainly work best, and I think would certainly be add a new level and difference to the Daleks. Certainly. Where is the best place to buy old figures on eBay? I get outbid by bots at last second. I'm trying to build them. I get asked this all the time. This is another of those common questions: is where's the best place to buy old figures? There isn't a best place to buy old figures. It's eBay. It's eBay. Charity shops. Basically, there is no. As much as I wish there was, there is no single good place to buy figures. You've just got to shop around. If you keep getting outbid on eBay, you've just got to wait, bide your time, and find things. I cannot tell you how many hours or how many bids of things I've lost on eBay, or how many hours I spend trying to find things that I need. But if I really want them, I've got to wait. I've got to try and find them. That's just the way it is. So be it. You know, it's annoying, but you just have to shop around. If you want something that bad, you've got to be willing to put the time in to find it. That's unfortunately just the facts of it as it is. Whoa, hang on. Whoa, I'm trying to go through. Okay, I might have to go through questions. I need to do some posting now, right? Right, I'll try and answer some of these questions quickly, because there's a couple of quite short questions. Have you made the Weetabix Dalek already? Yes, I did, but I took it apart and I haven't put it back together yet because I decided to redo it. So at some point I will be redoing that one in future. What do you think of the Australian K9 series? Never seen it, got it on DVD, always mean to sit down and watch it at some point, and when I do, I probably will do a review on it. From what I've seen, I think it gets a bad rap. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think, but I don't think it's going to be as good as the main series, so we'll see. Do you think Davros is alive? Davros is always alive. He doesn't die. You can't kill Davros. He's always alive. He always finds a way of getting away at some point. Right. Just wondering, will there be a step-by-step tutorial on how to make custom Doctor Who models? Well, that's sort of the point of my Live from the Workshop series. Maybe you've not seen it, but that's what I do in those. I do basically trying to do a step-by-step guide of how I put together a figure and things like that. You know, it's, again, I have to, rather like I said at the beginning of this is sort of why I don't do more like actual live from the workshops, as it were, because it's difficult to do all of that, and it's difficult to do all of this in a time frame. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this, and I've been waiting for paint to dry at the same time, but that's part of it. But I've been doing this now for several hours, so it's a bit difficult thing to do in a solid block in real time. That's why I tend to do the live from the workshops where I speed them up. So, yes, if you want to see step-by-step guides on how to do custom figures, then it's best to check out the Live from the Workshops. Obviously, I do the custom figures that I like to do. I don't generally do requests because I don't mind. It's not uncommon for me to have requests to people saying, "Can you do this figure? Can you do that figure?" But the thing you've got to bear in mind is I'm the one doing all the work, so if I turn around and say I'm not interested in making that, it's nothing personal. It's because I have to establish thinking, right, do I have an interest in making that? If the answer is yes, then I'll make it. If the answer is no, then I don't see the point, because there's no point in putting the effort into doing something that I'm not interested in doing. Because otherwise I'm sat there doing something I don't want to do, not putting my full work in it because I don't want to do it. You know, it's a bit of a tricky situation to be in, because I don't want to disappoint people, but at the same time, I don't want to do something if my heart's not in it, you know, because that's the point, is I get enjoyment out of doing this. You know, I like to just sit here and do these things, and that's the nice thing about doing them it's a nice thing I can do about doing them sped up on Live from the Workshops like I do them, because I can sit there and I can listen to an audio book. I can watch my girlfriend play a game like Skyrim, or I can watch watch something on the TV while I'm doing it, and it's nice and relaxing. Whereas if I'm having to do it in real time, doing step-by-step tutorials of everything, I've got to sit here and I've got to constantly talk, and it just gets a bit boring for me, and it would just stop being enjoyable, So it's the way I do it because it's the way I do it because it's the way I do it. I suppose that's the best way of saying it. Next question. Do you think it's time for a new Dalek colour scheme? See earlier in the stream, already answered that one. Thoughts on a Doctor Who movie? Sony leaked plans to make. Would it be canon? Personally, I don't think we really need a Doctor Who movie. I know a lot of people want it, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't mind feature-length TV episodes by any means. I think that's always a nice thing to see. But a whole movie just, I don't know. It just feels. It would. The thing is, a whole movie would just feel like a feature-length episode. So I think, why not just do a feature-length episode? Or if you wanted to do a movie, why not do two? So a feature-length episode is about an hour and a half-ish, usually. So why not, rather than do a movie, do two feature-length episodes for one? So 1 year, rather than a whole series, do two feature-length episodes, and then when it gets released, put it on DVD, and then have an option to watch it as one movie length or as two feature-length episodes. That makes more sense to me than sitting there doing a whole movie, because I don't know. I just don't think it wouldn't really work, because you'd either have to make it something completely new, at which point then the debate of whether it's canon or not would come in, or you end up just using the characters that are already on TV, in which case why not just do a feature-length TV episode, So, yeah, I'm not really sure about a movie personally, but maybe that's just me. What are your thoughts? Oh, just answered that one. Do you think they would bring back Romana or Susan, either in a new incarnation on the TV series? I'm not against bringing them back. I think it would be interesting to see Susan back, but the problem is she would eventually have to leave again at some point, and so that sort of makes it a bit more difficult. I think it would be, what would be nice, I think, would be to have is bring back Gallifrey properly, and I mean actually bring it back into the universe. The Time Lords are still alive and everything's fine. It's not, in a bubble universe and things like that. The Time War is officially over. There's no more conflict. They reach a truce agreement with the Daleks or something to continue. Obviously it's an uneasy truce, but they reach a truce. And then you bring back Romana and Susan, both on Gallifrey. But when that episode ends, Romana and Susan stay on Gallifrey, and the Doctor continues to go. The Doctor just continues travelling and carries on doing what they're doing. And just have Susan and Romana back, and they're there. We know they're on Gallifrey, and if the Doctor goes back to Gallifrey, he doesn't always see them, and or the Doctor, she doesn't always see them, and just keep it like that. So I don't think it would be a bad idea, but I think it would be. I can understand why it's not been done, because I think it would be, the fans would then expect it to continue, at which point the characters would have to leave eventually, and then we're back where we were again, So yeah, I'm in two minds on that front, I suppose I would say. Do you think it's time they animated all the missing episodes of Doctor Who? Well, I mean, we all want to see the missing episodes of Doctor Who animated, but to be fair, to say, do you think it's time they did it all? That's a bit unfair, given the fact of how long it takes to animate the episodes. I mean, for all we know, they've got to spend the time animating it. They've got to do the work, and it's kind of the sort of similar thing I said. I said earlier with doing custom figures is. It's all right for us to turn around and go, well, we want you to make this, we want you to make that. But again, we're the ones asking, saying, do this, do that. And they are the ones that have actually got to do the work. So I certainly hope one day that we get all of the missing episodes animated. I mean, I certainly hope one day we find all the missing episodes. But in the meantime, I'm not gonna have a go at the BBC for not, or for companies, the animation companies, for not animating more of them, because I'm sure they've got lots of other things that need doing. It's Doctor Who, as much as we all love it, is not the only priority for the BBC. They've got lots of things to do, and it's like how many other shows are there that are missing and have a good amount of following, but the fans for them aren't clamouring for episodes to be missing. I mean, there's still, for example, they did what was it, the BBC Store, where they originally released the Power of the Daleks. They released a Strike for Fraser, one of the missing episodes of Dad's Army, on there. And that was great. I downloaded that and I bought that, and that was great. And I've still got it. Actually, I managed to, before the store went down, I managed to record it off camera, and now I've still got that. But that episode is now no longer anywhere, as far as I'm aware, because the store went down. So they put all that work into animating it, and now no one can get it. And that's never been released on DVD. Why haven't they done an updated Dad's Army set with that released on it, with all the new UK Gold episodes they did? I mean, yeah, the UK Gold episodes, it was a controversial castings in some places, but I still think they were really good, and it was nice to see them made again. So there's lots of other things that the BBC have got to do. Doctor Who is not the be all and end all of everything. We've got to appreciate that they do have other priorities. They do have other shows that they've got to work on, things they've got to do. So it's it is what it is. So it would be sorry, I didn't mean, no, I didn't take what you said as demanding. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I mean at all. I apologise if my response came across as sounding like meant you were being demanding. I appreciate the question, like I said, the way you said it, but I think it's just one of those things that if we really want all the episodes animated, we need to bide our time. We need to take time for them, because you never know what might crop up. For all we know, they might go to animate a missing episode, and then they actually find, we've got word that there's we found it, and then they won't animate it, and then no one will know why, but then they'll come out and say, it's because we found the actual episode. And it's like, great then, So I think, yes, it would be nice to see all the episodes, and it would be nice to see all the episodes animated, but it's also well worth the wait, I think. So let's have a look. Do you actually buy and enjoy Jelly Babies? I'll be perfectly honest, I do not like Jelly Babies. I don't know what I don't like proper Bassett's Jelly Babies. I don't know what it is about them. I just don't like them. But I do like, I know they're not proper Jelly Babies, I do like the ones you get in Haribo. Those sorts of little jelly men. I like them. No, Jelly Babies are just one of those things that I've seen lots of people turn around and say things like, like fish fingers and custard and Jelly Babies and all this, and like you're expected as a Doctor Who fan to like these things. It's like, it's not. I can't be made to change my palate in order to eat these things. But weirdly, I have actually had fish fingers and custard, and it's not as bad as you think. It's like, I'm not a huge fan of fish. That's the thing, but the few times I have eaten fish, what fish fingers and custard, proper fish fingers and custard, not breaded cakes and alternatives and things like that, or cheese sauce and whatever it was actually on screen, but actual proper fish fingers and custard, it tastes like a bit of sushi with a vanilla flavouring to it. It's very, very weird, but it's not bad. It's an acquired taste, certainly. Have you ever used primers and lacquers on your figures? No, I don't generally use primers and lacquers, if I'm perfectly honest. You can do if you want to, but I haven't. I just generally paint straight onto the figure because it seems to work for me. As I said, there's no right or wrong way to make customs. What works for some people doesn't work for others, and like I said, I use acrylics, and I've seen a lot of people turn around and say things like, when I use acrylics, it keeps flaking off. Should I prime it first? And it's like, in my experience, the reason the paint usually flakes off is either because you've put too much of a thick coat on, or you've not let the first coat dry properly before you put the second coat on. You can use primers and lacquers if you want to, but you don't have to. It's down to personal preference, really. Excuse me. My throat's getting a bit croaky now because I've been talking for so long. Thoughts on a dream item of Doctor Who clothing? Again, I don't really have a dream item of Doctor Who clothing because I don't really dress like the Doctor. You know, I've got elements of my everyday costume has sort of elements of Doctor Who in it, like my long blue scarf and my brown leather jacket and things like that. Basically, my profile picture on YouTube, my image of my Doctor, that is my everyday clothes. That's actually what I do wear. So, yeah, I don't really have an ideal item of Doctor Who clothing because I don't really dress up like the Doctor day to day. And the bits that I do like, I've already got. I've got the cricket jumper, which I've just realised has fallen off its hanger. I've got the Seventh Doctor's jumper. I've got the Fourth Doctor's big long scarf. I've got the Captain Jack's coat. I've got the 10th Doctor's coat. I've got somewhere in there is the War Doctor's scarf. Yeah, I've got sort of all the things I want, but again, they're more sort of display. I don't really wear them, so I don't really have a desire of specific Doctor Who clothing. Right, how are we doing? One more coat on the outside doors when they're dry. So I told you this is the thing. I've got to sit here waiting for paint to dry. This is the bit that I always cut out whenever I do my live from the workshops. Thoughts on Richard Adewade from Mastering the IT Crowd playing the Doctor? I'm perfectly honest. I'm going to say no, not because I don't think he could do it. I think he would be I think he could play the Doctor very well. But the problem is that he's one of those actors who, he's a very good actor, don't get me wrong. I think he's a very talented actor, he's a very funny man. But it's like when I see him as Moss in the IT Crowd and then I see him as himself, they're too similar. And I get the feeling that his Doctor wouldn't be the Doctor, it would be Richard Adewade playing the Doctor as the Doctor. You know, and I can't, unless he went in a really different direction with it, then I think it would be too like him for him to play it. I have seen people also suggest him being a master, which again, for the reason I don't think it would work. However, I would put him down as an actor I think he would make, because I think he would make a brilliant monk. I would love to see him as an incarnation of the meddling monk. I think he would do that very well because he's got that kind of slightly cheeky awkwardness that I think the monk needs as a character. And so I certainly think he would do that very well. I would certainly like to see him as the monk. That's certainly what I would put him down for if he was ever going to be in the show. Just wondering, would you have classic or modern Doctor Who characters come back to guest as 1 or 2 3-parter? I don't really know. I mean, obviously, I'd like I said, given what I just said, I'd love to see things like the monk come back. I'd like to see the Rani make a comeback, and but it's a bit. Yes, I would, but I think it would just need to be for 1 or 2 parters for classic era characters to come back, because I think if you did it for too long, people would expect them to crop up too much. A bit like how let's be honest, the Master is a bit overused in new series when there's lots of other classic characters. For example, I would love to see, we had Rassilon come back, which was brilliant. What I would have loved to have seen, because obviously those in the know of the classic series will know that Barusa, the Time Lord Doctor's teacher, obviously ended up trapped in Rassilon's tomb in the stone. The novel Engines of War reveals in the Time War, Rassilon turned him into a probability engine, and then he ends up dying at the end of the story. Spoiler alert, sorry. He ends up dying at the end of the story, and that's it. That was his end. I would love to see Barusa resurrected, and he basically becomes the new Time Lord president. Basically, bring back Gallifrey, bring back the Time Lords, resurrect Barusa as the de facto Time Lord president, and have him played by Brian Blessed. I think that would be absolutely. I would just imagine Brian Blessed as a Time Lord, full collar, full beard. Oh, Doctor, there you are. I think I could just see him as Barusa. He would be absolutely fantastic. And that's something that I would love to see. If they were going to bring back classic characters, do something like that, and have him sort of pop up occasionally. It would be really, really good to see him pop up. When the 11th Doctor reviewed, that's meant to be received, his new regeneration cycle, why wasn't he aware that he didn't need energy as he was the timeless child? Right, now here's the thing. There is the idea that the timeless child has infinite lives, or the Doctor now has infinite lives because they were the timeless child. I have gone through the entire Timeless Children episode. I've gone through all the bits of information I could find, and absolutely nowhere does it state that the Doctor or the timeless child has infinite lives. The closest it comes to is the timeless child. It's said that Tecteun used several of the timeless child's incarnations. Now, it doesn't say that they had how many she used, it just said several. And it seems logical to assume that as we saw the timeless child regenerating each time, that represented a different one. The next bit says that the Tecteun, or whoever, decided to limit the regenerations to 13. Now, again, it doesn't state that there was that it was limitless before that. For all we know, the limit was always 13, and Tecteun decided that's where we'll keep it. There's nothing to suggest that the Doctor has infinite regenerations. And the fact that the Doctor was at the end of their life, the fact that the 11th Doctor was the last incarnation, proves that they had a finite number of regenerations at that point. Now, the debate now is, have the Time Lords now given him infinite regenerations, or has he now had another cycle? It stands to reason, personally, that they've just given him another cycle, although there is ambiguity in there, I appreciate. But the idea that they have infinite regenerations doesn't make sense when you look at the past history of the show, and also the fact as well that, you know, the idea of the Doctor being the other still stands, because the other could have been the name they gave the timeless child. The idea that the other threw themselves into a loom and was reincarnated into the body of the Doctor, you know, into the Doctor later, I think that still stands, because whilst looms are debated, they appear in the comic Supremacy of the Cybermen, which is it's perfectly reasonable to be canon. So we know the looms exist. So it's perfectly possible that the timeless child, as the other, threw themselves into the loom, then was regenerated and reincarnated into the Doctor, who at that point is reincarnated into a normal Time Lord body limited with 13 lives. It stands to reason for me that there is no valid reason to just assume that the Doctor has infinite lives now. So I don't think that's really a plot hole. I think that's one of those things that fans have assumed it's a plot hole. Whereas, in terms of the actual narrative of what we've seen in the show, doesn't really make sense for them to have infinite lives, if that makes sense. Who would you prefer to play the Rani for modern Who? I know exactly who I prefer to play, because I remember I talked about this recently. I don't know. The actress is Fiona Shaw. I think she would make a fantastic Rani. For those who don't know who Fiona Shaw is, she played Petunia Dursley in the Harry Potter films. I'm sure that's where a lot of people have only seen her in, but she's been in a lot of things. I think she would make an absolutely fantastic Rani, because she's got the presence to do that. She's got the sort of calm. She's got the calm anger that the Rani has. I think she would make a fantastic Rani. I'd really like to see her. As one. Excuse me, my Coca-Cola is repeating on me. I just realised that if Rassilon is still alive, that means Rassilon, the Master, and the Doctor are the only 3 Time Lords remaining. Well, partly yes. As far as we're aware, Rassilon is still alive, because at the end of Supremacy of the Cybermen, which is the last we know of him, he once again goes off in his battleship, and the Doctor is hoping that he is aware of the events that had just occurred. So he is still out there somewhere. Obviously, we know that the Master and the Doctor are still out there, but the monk is still alive as well, because in Missy Series 1, it's revealed that the monk hid himself away during the Time War, and so he wouldn't have to fight in it. But the short story, is it Perchance to Dream? I can't remember. I think that, anyway, I covered it in my brief history of the monk video. I've covered it. But one of the a story featuring the 12th Doctor and a young Clive from Series 1, they actually meet the monk who has survived the Time War, so that we know the monk still exists. We know the monk is still alive, so it's perfectly possible that he could come back in future. I don't believe we know what happened to the Rani after the Time War yet, but we do know that the monk is still alive as well, so one would assume he is still out there somewhere, biding his time to make a return at some point. Do you think Ace will return in future? I don't know. I haven't read. I can't remember the name of it now, but the recent book where Ace meets the 13th Doctor. I haven't read that yet, so I don't know what the narrative plot of that suggests. But I would hope that Ace will crop up at some point in future. But we shall have to wait and see. I think that it would certainly be interesting to see what she would make of things now, and I would certainly like to see more sort of classic companions crop up again in future. But I don't think it's likely to happen much. But you never know. So I would like to see Ace return, but I'm not holding out hope for it, shall we say? Do you think that Tecteun is still alive? Well, I would assume no, on the basis that she's either long since dead, or they are long since dead, or if they were still on Gallifrey, then they would have died when the Master killed all the Time Lords, because I would assume as the origin of the thing that's been hidden from the Time Lords, the Master would take out his aggression on her, I'm going to keep saying her, on her most of all. But I like the idea that maybe Tecteun is the one Time Lord who has survived the Master's onslaught, again, hidden herself away, and she is hiding away as a sort of hermit, and one day the Doctor's going to find her and find the answers that they seek. So I don't know. I'm not sort of quite prepared to speculate on that, because I don't know which way it's going to go. So we'll have to wait and see. Do you think the Celestial Toymaker could return? I see no reason why he couldn't return, because, again, there's been a 12th Doctor comic where he has encountered the Celestial Toymaker, so we know he's sort of still around during the 12th Doctor's era. Obviously, we can't get... sadly, Michael Gough is no longer with us, I believe, so we couldn't get him back. I can't remember the name of the guy who's played it in Big Finish, but I have listened to some excerpts. He's done a very good job, so I wouldn't mind seeing him back as the Celestial Toymaker on TV. But no, I certainly think the Celestial Toymaker would be a good idea, because I would love to see... I think that a great way to bring the Celestial Toymaker back would be a sort of pseudo-reference to the whole Bad Wolf station television reality TV sort of thing of Series 1. But I wouldn't mind seeing the Celestial Toymaker come back, where the Doctor and companions are placed into a sort of reality television sort of situation, and they have to work out a way of doing. I think that would be a good way to bring. It would be a good way to bring back the Celestial Toymaker, but in a way that would update him for a modern audience. I think that would certainly be one that would be interesting to see return. So we shall see where he goes with that. How are we doing on drying? I've got one more coat to do there then. So, next question. Would you like to see Capaldi do Big Finish eventually? Absolutely. I certainly think he would be. As far as I'm aware, I could be. Don't quote me on this. I believe he has been approached by Big Finish and he has expressed interest, but it's basically, I think it's to do with the fact of just not being the right time to do it. So I certainly think we will get him to do Big Finish in future, along with Matt Smith as well. But we'll wait and see. We know at the end of the day, we never thought in 100 years that we would ever get Eccleston doing Big Finish, and that's happened. So Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi doing Big Finish is entirely possible. I see no reason why it wouldn't be now that we've got Christopher Eccleston doing it. That's an insanely incredible thing. So I certainly think that we'll get to see Peter Capaldi do it one day. One day he'll do it. I certainly think he will. How do your inserts fit into the console panels? Well, I will come to that bit when I've finished doing this bit of painting. They just sort of slot in, and I think I glue them in, as far as I'm aware. In terms of the audio series, what do you have planned? Well, I don't want to give too much away, if I'm honest, because I really have sort of put in a full basically the whole point of my series being set in my own alternate universe is I've given my Doctor an entirely different backstory to the television series. So that's sort of coming in future. That's going to be I'm on the second series now, so it's going to be the fourth series is going to be sort of the origins story, I suppose you could call it, the origins series. The next series is going to be all about sort of parallel dimensions. So I've got a few interesting things planned for that. I'm doing at least one episode that connects to the television series. I don't want to reveal too much, but basically I'll say, because the thing is, as many of you will know, I like my fan theories, and I like to try and make my fan theories canon as much as I can. And so the problem with introducing my series into the TV series narrative is that anything that happens in my anything that happens in my audio series that links to the TV series automatically isn't canon because it didn't happen in television series. But without revealing too much, I have come up with a good way of writing a story where the Doctor encounters one of his TV series counterparts. I won't say which one. And they embark on an adventure together, but the way it pans out is that the story happens, but by the end of the story, it hasn't happened. And so technically, the story happened because it never happened, and therefore it doesn't interrupt the canonicity of the television series because it never happened. But in my audio series, it will have happened. So it's very difficult to explain without going into the plot. But it's a fun way of linking my series back to the television series without compromising the canonical integrity of both my audio series in its own universe and the main television series universe. But that's going to be the next. That's going to be the next series. Is going to be sort of exploring different dimensions and things like that. And then the series after that is going to be exploring the origins of the Doctor in my universe. Following on from that, I'm sort of not quite sure the direction my series is going to go. I've got a few ideas, but sort of what I wouldn't mind doing after that is just sort of moving into I might do a couple of series of non-arc series. So basically just a collection of just random adventures that don't have an overall plot arc. But I have got several other ideas for plot arcs, so I might well do that in future. So it's certainly going to be interesting to do. Obviously, as those of you who listen to my series will know, obviously we've met the previous Doctor before my Doctor. I can confirm that there will be a couple of episodes that will feature some other incarnations of the Doctor in my series. Again, I won't reveal too much because there's a couple of things there that I do want to keep as a surprise. But yes, there will be more. There will certainly be more expansion to my narrative coming in future, shall we say. I just realised I haven't painted any of this yet, so I need to do that. Well, I have painted it, but I've only given it one coat. So yes, so that's what I'm going to be doing for the future of my audio series. Let's see. What episodes would you recommend for my audio series? I'm six stories in. I've already used the Daleks and the Cybermen. To be perfectly honest, it's entirely up to you. You know, I sort of I don't really want to give other people ideas for what they could do for their series. Partly because I don't want to give away any ideas of what I've got planned in future, but also because it is it's with all due respect, I don't wish to sound like I'm being uncooperative or anything like that. It's your series, so you should make it what you want to make it. Don't let it be dictated by what other people want to do. It's always good to ask for ideas, don't get me wrong, but I think you need to decide what you want your series to be. And it's sort of, that's what I've tried to do with my series. That's why I've set my series in my own entirely alternate universe, because since I started doing it, I have had some people come forward and ask me things like, say like, well, can our Doctor be the one that, that comes after yours, or, can we include your Doctor as a previous incarnation of ours? And I've always said no, not because I don't want to be involved with other people's series, or, or to say to other people, you can't do that, but because the whole point of creating my own alternate universe is I have complete creative control over what goes on in it. So I'm not bound by any continuity of any kind. For example, I have no idea what I'm going to do yet, but at some point, those of you who've listened to my short trips, especially my most recent one with Davros in it, will know that I've sort of done my own origin story of the Daleks. But at some point, I am going to do my own Genesis of the Daleks story where the Doctor meets Davros for the first time. So it's going to be inspired by Genesis of the Daleks, but it's not going to be Genesis of the Daleks. So you can be inspired by other things, certainly, but you need to decide what you want to do yourself. And for that reason, when I do that story, I'm sure I'm going to get people saying, but hang on a minute, that's not what happened when Doctor and the Davros first met, but then I have the ability to turn around and say, but that's what happened in my universe, because this is different to that, It's sort of, there's lots of other things, and that's an idea that I'm going to explore in my series, going around different universes. It's sort of just to establish that my audio series is its own universe. It's completely unrelated from anything else, So So there's no harm in asking for ideas, but the best advice I could do is do what you want to do. Don't have a look, create your own monsters and things like that. I've done that a couple of times already. Create your own ideas and things like that. And the problem is that there's lots of people out there, and I'm not aiming this at anyone specific. I just want to clarify that. There's a lot of people out there who do audio series and things like that, and they look at what other people have done for audio series, and they then basically just copy what someone else has done. And it's just it just is a bit unfair, I suppose, to the people that have gone into creating the original ideas. However, I also appreciate that doing something like a Doctor Who series is difficult because it's all been done before. It's very difficult to find an original idea. So, it's very easy to use ideas that exist, but it's also an idea to put your own slant on them, to put your own idea on them of what you want to do and what you want to make your series to be. I know it's not really the answer you were hoping for, but the best advice I can offer is do what you want to do. Make your series what you want it to be, and let it be what you want it to be. Really, that's it. There's no reason for you to sort of pander around to other people's ideas, but at the same time, you want to come up with something that's original and different to other people's, which is kind of why I've decided to do this whole thing of giving my Doctor an entirely different backstory, because I wanted it to be something that not only established my series as a narrative that was different to anything else, but it was also something which was completely unique to my series, that people would come to my series to listen to, rather than just listening to my take on the same old thing, if that makes sense. If you get Miles Taylor in your audio series, I'm going to cry. Well, then I wonder if you've listened to all my episodes, because I'll have you know that Miles was actually in my audio series twice already. He's been in it. He was in the Forge House Christmas special playing William, and then he was in is it Paradise with Death? I can't even remember the names of my own audio series. That's bad. But he was also in one where he played a character who basically got attacked by the Master and died. But he's brilliant. He's got such range as an actor. I'm always trying to. He's one of those people that whenever I come up with a new role idea of a story, something in a story. I think Miles is one of those people who I immediately think is thinking that might be a good idea for him because he does it so well. He does it absolutely brilliantly. And his performances he's given so far are just superb. They really, absolutely are. Do you think? Oh, it's just got up. Do you think we will have more information on the Roof Doctor next series? I hope so, because she's certainly an unknown quantity, and I'm certainly interested to know exactly where they're going to put her in the canon. But at the same time, I mean, I've got my own. For those who've watched it, I've got my own theories that she is the original Third Doctor. For those wondering what that is, please go and check out my fan theories. It's too complicated to explain in a live stream. But no, I certainly hope we do see more of her in future because I half hope that they tell us where she comes in the canon. But at the same time, I sort of hope that she is just. All they say is she's a pre-Hartnell Doctor. And she comes before Hartnell, which certainly seems to be the implication. So I think that's going to be the way they're going to go with it. So I sort of, I don't necessarily want to sort of see. I don't know. I want her mystery to remain, but I want to know more about her, if that makes sense. And so far, the only ways that I can see that they could do it is 1 year, rather than doing a series with the 13th Doctor, with Jodie, or maybe between... So basically, here's what I would do, actually. Here's an idea. Is end, whichever series Jodie leaves, end it on a cliffhanger of her regenerating, and we don't get to see the new Doctor. Nobody's got any idea. The new Doctor hasn't been cast yet. Then, the next series, you do a flashback series of Jo Martin's Roof Doctor, and we see some of her life. Then when that series ends, the next series, or maybe you do 2-3 series of that, I don't know. Then when the next series comes out, the next new series, it starts with Jodie regenerating into the next Doctor. That's one idea. Alternatively, because we know the Doctor, as we know from the Curator, has the ability to revisit some of his old faces, then maybe we have Jodie regenerate into her next incarnation, who takes on the form of the Roof Doctor, which is another idea of the way they could do it. Personally, I prefer the idea of having it end on Jodie's cliffhanger regeneration, doing 2 or 3 series of the Roof Doctor, and then bringing back the series as normal. I think that would certainly be an interesting way to do it. But that's my ideas. I'm pretty sure would be slightly controversial to many, but that's the way I would personally do it. What kind of things do you want to see in a Doctor Who video game? Personally, I always thought that it was a real shame we never got a Telltale Doctor Who video game. I think that would have been the perfect setting for it, because you could have had a game that adapts to the way you play, and you're faced with all sort of consequences and choices that the Doctor's faced with. I think that really would have been a great way to do it, and I think it would have appealed to a lot more people, because you look at things like the adventure games are great. They were really good. I replayed them recently, and they're very, very good. I loved them. And even the Eternity Clock was not bad. It was a platform, but it was an alright game. But the thing is, Doctor Who has always been about narrative and action. It's the balance between those two. And I think a Telltale style game would be perfect, because you could have as much narrative as you wanted. But then when you've got to get those elements of action in, suddenly you've got the quick time events and having to do things quickly. And that would suit the pacing of Doctor Who. So personally, given the choice, I would certainly say a Telltale style game would be exactly what I would want for a Doctor Who game, because I think it would be the best way to tell the story whilst still having the right narrative pace. It'd be the right way that you could have a game that matches the narrative pacing and action pacing of the television series, and no matter what choices you make in the game, you could introduce an element where the reason that the choices change per game is because it's a time travel series. So all choices are canon because the narrative of the story is all to do with different timelines. So there's no reason why the game would always come to the same conclusion. But you introduce a story element where the timelines keep changing, and that's the reason why there's different choices and different things happen in the game. And that would really work well, because that's exactly the sort of thing that the game would play up to. Have you ever watched, listened to Doctor Who 2012's fan series? It's brilliant. It could actually work well with your universe too. Again, their stuff is absolutely brilliant. I really do love them. I got into it very late, so I've probably seen and listened to more of Dominic G. Martin's Purple Doctor, but I love the Red Doctor as well. I think they're absolutely brilliant. They've done really well work. But again, I wouldn't, the idea of it working well with my series, I wouldn't want to mix the two, because they've created their own universe, I've created mine, and I think it's better that they remain separate, because otherwise it's just sort of, you've got to adhere then to someone else's continuity, if that makes sense. It becomes a bit more difficult then when you try and link series together. I mean, the idea of, for example, like I said, I'm doing a series visiting different, doing different universes and things like that, and I could include it in that way, but obviously to do that I'd have to get their permission, their involvement, and I wouldn't naturally just assume that I could do it without their permission. So I think it's that sort of thing. You've got to be careful about what you do, especially when it involves using other people's work, as it were. Because you don't want to just assume you can do something without checking with other people first. So but their series are absolutely brilliant. I would love one day to do some proper sort of actual fan films, but it's just, again, having the time and being able to do it. It's something I'm not against, but something, again, I don't have any plans to actually do. I've always called it custom figures. People were talking about custom figure showcase name. Well, actually, that's an interesting point I'll raise. The whole custom figure showcase thing. As some of you, the thing is, I have no issues with people using the term custom figure showcase, because other people were using it before me. So I can't really claim any sort of ownership over that name, because other people were using it long before me, and it basically it does what it says on the tin, to use an old phrase. It is a showcase of custom figures. So if other people want to use there's nothing I can say or do to do other people using that. The only name I've ever sort of really been protective over on my series is Live from the Workshop, and the reason for that is because I was not the first person to use Live from the Workshop. There were a few, when I was researching and starting my channel and looking for video name ideas, I was trying to think of things that were new, that other people hadn't really used before, and Live from the Workshop was one. There was a couple of videos where people were talking about doing something live from their workshop, but as an actual video title, it wasn't a huge thing. So the few times when I have seen other people using Live from the Workshop, I have very politely asked them, saying, would you mind changing that a bit? I mean, it can be like live customizing, customs live. It's something very similar, but the actual Live from the Workshop, I'm a little bit protective over, in a polite way, because it is one of those things that I feel I've built my series. That's one of those series that I've built my channel up on, and so it's sort of it's something which I do feel a little bit, not annoyed, but I prefer that people don't copy, because it is something which is my channel is known for, if that makes sense. It would be a bit like me running a series, starting a new series and calling it the Doctor Who Fan Show and getting loads of other people involved in it. Because yes, the fan show doesn't really exist anymore, but someone else has already done that, and that's got its own connotation. Again, it sort of comes back down to that thing I was saying earlier about doing your own thing. It's great to be inspired by others, but it's also good to do your own thing and make your own thing. And I will admit, I have considered sort of actually trademarking the name Live from the Workshop. But I then sort of look at it and think, but the worst thing is I don't want to become like, what was it, the Fine Bros who tried to trade name the name React, because I look at it and think like, but the thing is, as much as nobody really used Live from the Workshop before, that I noticed before I started using it as a name for a YouTube series. However, there were a couple of instances of other people using it. Therefore, I don't really feel I have the right to trademark it, because it is just a set of words. And I think anyone decent will understand where, if I ask them to say, do you mind just changing that a little bit? Anyone decent will understand that, you know. So I think that's just the way it is. Again, YouTube is a difficult area in that sense, because it's all to do with, you know, copyright and doing your own thing and changing things. So it is a bit of a sticky situation at times, but generally people are usually quite decent and willing to be cooperative in moments like that. So, Maria, what's your unpopular Doctor Who opinion? Well, I actually mentioned that recently in my countdown of Fourth Doctor top 10 Fourth Doctor stories. Is as much as I love a lot of Fourth Doctor stories, as my top 10 clearly shows, my unpopular Doctor Who opinion is that the Fourth Doctor's era went on for far too long and is vastly overrated. A lot of people, you know, really sort of, you know, make this thing of it being, you know, the golden era of Doctor Who, and it's like, it has some great stories, but it doesn't half drag on. But again, that's my unpopular Doctor Who opinion, so I appreciate that not everyone will agree with that, but that is just the way that I think. What are your thoughts on the Morbius Doctors considering the Division? Well, I don't, you know, the Morbius Doctors to me are the same to the Division as the Ruth Doctor is. They are just pre-Hartnell incarnations of the Doctor, you know. And to be fair, we don't really know that much about the Division at the moment. You know, we don't know if is the Division the same as the Celestial Intervention Agency? Did the Division precede the Celestial Intervention Agency? Is the Division a secret department of the Celestial Intervention Agency? We don't know enough for at the moment to sort of hypothesize to make a hypothesis. So we'll just have to wait and see, really. But I'm certainly interested to see the way they go with it and to see what they decide to do. So we will wait and see. What's my favourite Dalek design? I'll look on my shelf because I've got them all lined up at the top there. It's quite difficult to choose a favourite Dalek design because all the classic ones are relatively the same. They're just different colours. And it's sort of the same with the new series Daleks. They're all the same style, but they're all different colours. So I do like the Death in terms of colour scheme. I do like the Death to the Daleks ones. I do have to say I think they're very good. You know, it's something that's a little bit different. You know, it's got that sort of silver. It's got that sort of slightly silver classic look, while it's got the sort of new black tints to it. But if I had to pick an overall design for the Daleks as one that stands out between classics and new series, I think I would have to controversially say the Paradigm Daleks. And I know that's going to be controversial, but I think, like everyone, I started off absolutely hating the Paradigm Daleks. I really didn't like them. But they grew on me over the years. And then when we saw them in Asylum with their slightly less humpbacks and the metallic colour schemes, they really grew on me, and I thought they actually looked quite good. And then when I saw the actual props at the Doctor Who experience that had the metallic colours on them, they had them in one of the interactive bits, they looked really good. And so I think they are actually one of the better Dalek designs in terms of making them a bit different. Because, as I said, the classic Daleks are nice, but they've got different colour schemes, but they all look relatively the same. And the new series Daleks, the bronze ones, are unchanged, basically. You know, and again, they've got a few small differences here and there with like the Supreme and the Black Daleks, but the Paradigm Daleks, I think, are vastly underrated. They really are. So I certainly think that that's part of the reason why I'd like to see them come back. Because I think they died off a bit too soon before they had opportunity to walk people warm around to them. And I have to say, a lot of people still really don't like them, and that's fair enough. But I have to say, I speak to a lot of people about them, and they say, yeah, they don't seem as against them as they were originally. They sort of, you warm to them over the years. Any idea on what TARDIS console custom to make? That's entirely up to you. I'm making this one. It's entirely up to you. As I said, it's these things are about having the space to do them, which is why I haven't done them yet. So it's if you want, it's entirely your choice. I don't want to. It's not. If someone wants to make something, it's if you can't decide what to make, you've got a choice of several ideas. You think I don't know which one to make. But in all seriousness, what I often do is I put the names in a hat and I pick one out, and that's how I choose. And if I don't like the one I picked, then I know that's not the one I wanted to make, and I just continue doing it until I pick the one I want. It's just do it as a random draw, and you might find which one you want to do then. Any plans to make a second version of your audio adventures console room to figure size? Yes, I have. As many of you will know, I did make is that dry yet? Not just yet. As many of you will know, I did plan to make a console room, or I did make a second console room model, and then it went out to Sweden with me, and then it came back, and by the time it come back, it had just fallen to pieces, and it's under my desk downstairs now, just completely caved in, because it was all made with bits of card and whatnot and things like that, and it's just fallen apart. It's a real shame that it has, but I've still got all the pieces. And the console's all still there and everything, and I really do want to make it and update it, because am planning to update my audio series TARDIS in future. So I am planning to make an updated console version, but now I've got the 3D printer, there's quite a few ideas that I would like to utilise to utilise that to help me make it, like using the classic roundel walls and things like that, or even just designing it myself and then 3D printing it would be something that I would love to do. And I'm probably more likely to do the latter, because I need to get used to actually designing my own things. So yes, I am planning to do one at some point, but I have absolutely no idea when it's going to happen. So stay tuned is all I can say for that, really. But there will be one coming in future. Hopefully I'll be doing one before I actually come to doing the change in the audio series, because I would like a sort of visual to go along with it, if that makes sense. Right, so now I need to try and do some weathering, and this is always the difficult bit, but let's give it a go. Just got to sort of try and mix a slightly lighter colour. Let's pick an area first. That's not done anything at all. It is slightly weathering it a bit more. Right, sorry, back to the questions. Any tips on making miniatures Doctor Who related or not? Time. Take your time and just take your time. I mean, that really is the best advice I can offer. A lot of people sort of and again, another common custom question I get asked is how to make good customs, and the simple factor is you just got to take your time. If you rush things, you won't get. The more you rush things, excuse me. The more you rush things, the more rushed the results will look. If you want good results, you've got to be willing to put the time in to do it. So that's really the best advice I can offer. Is you've just got to take your time. If it takes 6 or more hours, then it takes 6 or more hours. That's the amount of time it takes you to do it. That's what you do. So that's really sort of the best advice I can offer on that front, is just time and patience. Time, patience, and practice, actually. Add practice into that, because you've got to be able to have the patience to do it, and you've got to be able to have the patience to fail several times as well, because a lot of people will consider making customs, and then they'll make something they're like, oh, it's not nowhere near as what I wanted it to come out like, and it's like, well, that's part of it. You've got to take your time. You can't expect instant results on these things. I've seen lots of people, again, that's where lots of people question things like, well, why is my paint flaking off? And you know, I tried using acrylics and the paint starts flaking off, and all of this happened. It's like, well, again, you probably rushed it. You probably did it too quickly. Like I said, you know, it takes me. I mean, just to do a simple Dalek repaint might take me, I don't know, 6 hours or something. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Because at the end of the day, I know doing that will get the results that I want. So you've just got to take your time. That's really all there is to it. You know, there's no right or wrong way to make customs, but if there is a wrong way, it's rushing it. That's probably some of the best advice I can give. Have you ever thought of making customs of companions? Not really, to be honest. I've never been that interested in making companion customs because just companions in general have never really interested me. Don't know why, they just haven't. But one thing, is that drawer sticking a bit? But one thing that has sort of recently not changed my mind about that, but sort of reaffirmed that point, I suppose, is the fact that B&M are now coming out making classic companions. So I don't really see the point in making classic companion figures when we might end up getting them for all we know. And let's just be clear here, I'm not saying we are going to get more classic companion figures. I don't know anything on that front. I'm simply, again, hypothesising that we've had several now. We've had Harry, a young Sarah, Romana. We never thought we'd get them. So you never know. We might get more in future. So I'd rather not spend my time making these figures only for them to pop up and be made officially, if that makes sense. Nearly done with weathering. I'm losing the door now. I need to re-glue that. It might be difficult to see on camera, the weathering, but that's always the difficult bit to capture. I might just do a follow-up custom figure showcase on this anyway, just to show it off. Right, that's the weathering done. So now I need to let that dry, and then I can get on to painting the gold trimming. How am I doing for time? past. Yeah, I reckon I'll finish this today. Just. When the Master killed Missy, why did it not cause a time paradox? Well, because, it's debated, but that sort of proves that Missy comes after Sim's Master. Because if Missy comes before Sim's Master, then Sim couldn't kill her and then still survive. So Missy has to come after Sim's Master, because then he can kill her without compromising his own existence. You know, I know a lot of people want, you know, sort of debate where Missy comes into the narrative, but going by what's said on screen, it stands to reason, or what's shown on screen, it stands to reason that she comes after Sim, because otherwise it would end up in a paradox. Have you ever considered making a Schalke Master custom? No, because I don't know. It's just never really interested me. You know, I've done the Schalke Doctor, but Schalke Master just never, I don't know, it just never really interested me as an idea. You know, it was just one of those things. It was the same with people were asking me if I was going to do a Schalke TARDIS, but it's basically just the normal 7th Doctor TARDIS with a slightly different lining, and that's pretty much it. You know, there's not a lot there to really make as a custom, so it's not one that's, you know, hugely interested me. What's your favourite classic TARDIS that B&M have released? Now, again, I'm going to have to turn around and have a look, because I would probably have to say the 5th Doctor TARDIS, because it was the one that I think so many people wanted for so long, but it also represented, you know, getting a TARDIS that we all wanted for so long, but also B, having the new flatter base and things like that. And I think it was just one of those designs that we needed it to fill out a gap in many people's collection. So I certainly think that was the one that was probably the most popular in my opinion. Um, After that, I have to say the next one that I personally would like to see, again, not confirming anything here, simply speculating. I would like to see a sixth/seventh Doctor TARDIS, or more to the point, it would be a seventh Doctor TARDIS because it would be a seventh Doctor story from Time and the Rani, and having a regenerated seventh Doctor with it, so the seventh Doctor and the sixth Doctor's clothes, which would just be a simple head swap. The reason it's never happened, supposedly, is because the reason we've never had many more sixth Doctor customs. It's all to do with the paint applications and the time that takes and things like that. So yeah, the chances of it happening, I think, are unlikely. But I think that's the next one that would be good to see, because I think a lot of people would like to see that, and we get another regeneration figure to complete a collection, which would be nice to see. So where are we now? If you could say one thing to the people leaving Jodie hate on any 13th Doctor video, what would you say? Thanks for the views. You know, at the end of the day, the chances are that you're leaving hate on a video that's good about it. Or basically, if they're leaving hate on a video that isn't a hateful video about the 13th Doctor, then they're helping encourage people find out more about the 13th Doctor. So you're actually doing us a favour, you idiots. The irony is, the only place, if they leave hateful comments about the 13th Doctor on a hateful 13th Doctor video, then nobody cares, because everyone just thinks the same of them and they're not shocking anyone, they're not getting attention by spreading their opinions. If they do it on people's videos who aren't hating on the 13th Doctor, then, as I said earlier in the stream, they're giving you a view. They're actually helping the video be seen by more people. And at the end of the day, the person who makes the video has the ability to delete their comment and block them, so nobody sees it anyway. So it's basically, in short, thanks for the free advertising, guys. That's the best thing I can say to them. Do you think Jack will be a companion in Series 13? No, I don't. As much as I would like to see Jack return, I don't think he'll be a companion again. I find it difficult to see him being a companion. I hope he pops up in the special, and given what's been seen and said behind the scenes, it would certainly seem that's going to be the case. But in terms of being a companion again, I don't know. I find it a bit unlikely, I think. But having said that, I actually wouldn't mind it if he did, because I think the 13th Doctor and Jack together, because let's be honest, Jack is a bit of a... The whole point is Jack's meant to represent a very liberal future, and he's a very does what he wants, say what he thinks kind of guy. But obviously, today's audiences are only just sort of trying to develop that liberal future, so a lot of things that he does and says would be considered shocking to them today, which has been said. So I think having him with the 13th Doctor would be a good idea, because, you know, like Jack would flirt with everyone, and then the 10th Doctor would just tell him to stop it. But I think the 13th Doctor would actually sort of admonish him for being, you know, sort of his forward behaviour. And so I think it would be a good idea, because I think it would give a new level to the character, because it wouldn't stop him being who he is, but it would address some of his behaviour in regards to perhaps a more conservative time period. So let's say that you know, like Jack's openness might shock people today. So let's say they had a story where he would land in a Me Too era Earth, and then he says and does things which people are shocked by. You could then get the 13th Doctor to admonish him, saying, "It's acceptable in your time, doesn't mean it's acceptable today," which would be interesting, because not only would it forward the narrative of saying things that will be acceptable in the future were not acceptable in the past, but also the idea that things that were acceptable in the past are not necessarily acceptable in another setting, which, going again back to a previous point in the stream, would certainly be an interesting point to raise within the programme. Just wondering if there was a new Doctor Who episode, would you like a full-length multi-Doctor story as an anniversary special? I'll be perfectly honest. I'm a bit. I don't really get this whole obsession with anniversary specials, because there was like the sort of thing everyone was turning around and saying, "Oh, there's going to be like a 60th anniversary special, 70th, 75th. Maybe that's going to happen. I'm not holding out for it, but I wouldn't surprise me if that happens." But it was when you got people saying, "Oh, the 55th anniversary special," or a 57th, 58th anniversary special. It's like, why? It's a random number. It doesn't make any sense for them to do a special then. 60th makes sense because it's a 60th anniversary. It's quite a big number. Same with 70th and 75th. But it's when it's just a random year. No, I don't see the point of it. But I wouldn't mind seeing a multi-Doctor story. But again, I think it would depend on the situation. Ideally, right now, I would love to see a multi-Doctor story with the 9th and the 13th Doctors, which I think is unlikely because Christopher Eccleston's only just agreed to do Big Finish. I don't think he'd come back to the show just yet. But I wouldn't mind seeing that because you could have some brilliant moments in there, like kind of a rehash of the Doctor and Donna doing their "We're Not a Couple." Is somebody mistakes the 13th Doctor and the 9th Doctors as a couple, and they go, "Oh no, we're not together," and then the person goes, "Oh, of course, brother and sister," and then the Doctors just look at each other like, "What? Why? What do you mean, brother and sister?" You could have you could have Jodie turn around and saying, "What are you saying? My ears are massive," or something like that, and they go, "No. I just assume because you've both got northern accents, you're brother and sister." At which point you could have both Doctors look at each other, turn back to the person, and in unison go, "Lots of planets have a north." That's the sort of thing I would love to see if they were together. Is playing up to a lot of the northern stuff. I think it would work really well. But I'm personally not holding out hope for anniversary specials because I don't think it's going to be that big a thing. The 50th anniversary was a huge thing, and in the classic days, it was a huge thing for the series to be going on that long. But the series going on today, it's already long running, and it just feels like addressing sort of 60th, 75th. Like I'll allow 75th, but addressing a 60th and a 65th and a 70th just feels a bit like it'd be like, yay, we got to this milestone. It just feels a bit like, thank God we got here, rather than a celebration of it celebrating it being that long, But again, that's just me. Have you ever seen teens react to Doctor Who? If so, on a scale of 1 to 10, how angry did it make you? I was a 10. No, I haven't, and I have no interest in watching that because I'm old enough now. I'm 32. I'm old enough now to admit I'm out of touch with the younger generation, and so there's a lot of things. Anyone who follows my Twitter will know this, but there's a lot of things that the younger generation say and do that just anger me. So I don't actively go out seeking it. It's just if it crops up, I'll comment on it, but I've got no interest in commenting on. I've got no interest in commenting on someone else's reactions to Doctor Who, and that's why I don't really fully get to the whole reaction thing. It's why, I've done a few watches and I've done a few sort of little things like that, but I don't get reacting to other people's reactions. I don't, what is the point of that? If you want to see someone's reaction, then you want someone's reaction, you want the reaction of someone actually reacting to something. You don't want, I'm shaking paint for those wondering, you don't want the reaction of someone reacting to someone else. There's no point in it. What does that establish? What does that why is that interesting? Why is it interesting to say, look at this person reacting? Oh, look, this person did. It's like watching someone react to a horror film. They scream, oh, I scream, oh, oh. It's not interesting. There's no point in it. I don't really see the point in stuff like that. So no, I haven't, and I have no interest in doing so. Do you think Unit will make a cameo in Revolution? Given the setting of the story so far, I want to say I doubt it, but I wouldn't be... Where am I doing this? It's difficult to do this, but I wouldn't surprise me if they did. However, I will just raise this point that, again, this is something that people blew all out of proportion in Resolution, where people turn around and said, oh no, they've axed Unit for the sake of a stupid Brexit joke. And it's like, well, you clearly didn't understand the joke, did you? Because Unit wasn't axed, it was suspended. You know, literally nowhere in the episode does it say that Unit has been gotten rid of. I need a bigger paintbrush. Nowhere does it say that Unit's been gotten rid of. It simply just says that Unit has been suspended pending review. And clearly all they need to do in a new episode, if Unit pops up again, is say, oh yeah, we did the review, we've got funding again from the United Nations. It was just a Brexit joke that people blew out of proportion because people are idiots and they like to get angry about things like that. I apologise if you were one of those people that did get annoyed about it, but it's a joke. Don't take it out of context. Jesus. I want to petition for you to watch all of Series 1 of Thomas the Tank Engine. I have watched all of Series 1 of Thomas the Tank Engine. I watched it about 2 weeks ago. But that's like 2 hours long, and I can't be sitting there doing that for several hours. It's difficult to... I'm trying to paint the feet now, and this is difficult to do on facing to camera, so I apologise if I'm not showing you everything I'm doing, but I can't paint and not look. What do you think of the League Dalek Scout design, which looks like I like it. I think some people are being quite unfair about it. They're going, "Oh my god, I hate it. It's so horrible." But the thing is, they're acting like it's the new Dalek design, and they did the same with they did the same with Resolution. They revealed the Resolution Dalek, and people are going to go, "Oh my god, I hope they don't use that for the proper Dalek design from now on." It's like, of course they're not going to. If you've seen, I'm not going to reveal spoilers, but if you've seen all of the behind-the-scenes... Why is this paint so thick all of a sudden? That's what she said. But if you've seen all of any of the behind-the-scenes stuff from Revolution of the Daleks, you'll know that clearly the new Dalek Scout is not the new Dalek design. So I don't understand why people are getting so annoyed about it. It's just one of those things. It's a random Dalek. The new Recon Scout Dalek design is no different to the red and gold Supreme from the Stolen Earth. It's just another different Dalek, you know. How did you choose the fourth secondary console? Did you pick it out of a hat? No, I didn't actually. I picked this because it was the one console that my 3D printer could print without having to chop it up into several different parts. Or it's already in several different parts. I glued it all together. What I mean is, as I said earlier in the stream, the problem with printing classic consoles is that they are wider than my print bed size, whereas this one was the one that was easy to print without having to cut it up. I could print it without having to make additional changes to it, and it's a nice console as well. It's a nice place to start if you're doing TARDIS consoles because it's got a good level of detail, but it's not too complicated, and the detail that is on it is relatively simple. So if you are doing 3D printing, I would recommend this one as a good place to start. I think I left my paint in the sun. It's gone a bit gloopy. Oh well. Favourite custom I've made? I don't know. A lot of people always ask me that. And again, I don't really have one favourite because I like lots of different ones for different reasons. And, you know, as I've said in other videos where I've done other customs and things like that, I like different customs for different reasons. You know, I've got fond memories of some customs I've made, which I look back on now, and they're just terrible because I made them at the very start. But that was what I could do at the time, whereas now I can do things much better. You know, I have certain customs which represent a bit of a landmark in my customs making, as it were. For example, this console is probably one of them. I wouldn't say this is going to be my favourite, but I would say it's been one of my favourites just doing it so far because it's not something I've done before. So again, it's, you know, you don't have to have a single favourite. What's your favourite custom exterior? What's your favourite exterior? Sorry, I misread that. What's your favourite exterior? I don't really have specific favourites of these. This is the problem I have with, you know, not, again, don't wish to sound like I'm having to go at anyone. This is the problem I have where people say things like, "What's your favourite this? What's your favourite that?" It's difficult to pick a favourite because different things have different merits for different reasons, and it's a bit difficult to pick a favourite exterior because, I mean, for example, if I turn around and said I had to pick a favourite TARDIS exterior, I'd be inclined to turn around and say, well, my own audio series TARDIS exterior, because that's what I want as a TARDIS. But people would turn around and go, yeah, but that's not canon. It doesn't count. So, but you asked me what my favourite was, and that was my favourite. It's it's a difficult question to ask when the answers vary depending on the question, I suppose. What do you think of celebrities in Doctor Who? I have no problem with celebrities in Doctor Who. I use Stephen Fry as an example. I thought Stephen Fry in Doctor Who was really underrated. I thought it was brilliant that we were going to have Stephen Fry in Doctor Who. I loved that, and then he died, and that was it. And I was just like, okay, that was a bit of a waste. No, I love celebrities in Doctor Who. I think a lot of them are brilliant. And I actually have to say that's one of the sad things that I think's happened in recent years. Actually, is Doctor Who's celebrities, like it used to be. Like you had Ian McKellen, you had Michael Sheen, we had Michael Gambon. We had lots and lots of really quite big celebrities in it, and now it's just sort of run a bit dry. And it seems like now it feels like it's gone past its day where celebrities being asked to do Doctor Who. It was like that was a huge thing, a celebrity's been asked to do Doctor Who. Back in the day, I was like, yes, I'll do it. I'll happily. Whereas now it feels like, I don't know. It feels like maybe they're struggling to get celebrities. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and I'm not saying that's a sign that the show's going downhill or anything like that. It's just, I think it's a shame that that there's not more celebrities in the show these days, because it's always nice to see a really famous face crop up, and it was nice because it showed that Doctor Who really does have a very large appeal. It's the sort of thing that you you imagine your stereotypical Doctor Who fan, but then you find out that these really famous faces, famous actors, really desperately want to do Doctor Who, and it's kind of like, it's quite a humbling thing as a fan that that you on the same level you share something with that specific person. I mean, it was like I'm not a huge fan of Korn, the band, but I love the fact that they got Corey Taylor in an episode of the 12th Doctor's series in Before the Flood, whatever it was called. Anyway, the one with the Fisher King. He was the scream of the Fisher King, and they got him in it because he was so excited to be in it. This guy who's a real sort of, I apologise if I get this wrong. I said I'm not a fan of Korn, but a real sort of really heavy metal, band sort of thing like that. And it turns out he's a massive fan of Doctor Who and a massive fan of QI, because that was the other thing he requested to be on when he was over here. And I think that's great, and it would be nice if you had more celebrities approach the show to be in it, because then I think it would certainly add a new level of appreciation of the fans. So I certainly think it would be nice to see more of them back in. Oh, my drinks run out. Luckily, I have water on standby as well. Are you playing the Lost Doctor in the Doctor Who 2012 universe? No, not as far as I'm aware, unless you guys know something I don't. No, I haven't ever been asked to do anything in their series. I would love to. I'm certainly open to it. And I have. I think at one point I did very, very briefly chat to Luke Newman, and he did express interest in getting me involved in the show at some point. Because I think it started a while back. I put on a load of dark clothes and I dressed up as a random incarnation of the Master. Not for my series or anything like that. It was just a fun thing that I just decided to do. And I think either I tagged him or someone else tagged him about me being the Master in his audio series, and I made a joke about saying, well, I'm always playing the villain. And I think it was just said then, it's just like, it would be nice, if to be involved at some point. But that's all I've heard. As far as I know, I've not been cast as anything. If I have, I would be desperately interested to know, because you guys clearly know something I don't. But no, I haven't. I haven't been. Slipknot, not Korn. I apologise. Yes, I told you I'm not a fan of these things. I always get confused like that. I don't mind a bit of grunge, but that's a bit too far that way. So I apologise for getting the band names wrong. Do you think Cyber Controller should make a comeback? I wouldn't mind seeing the Cyber Controller come back. No, I think it would certainly be interesting to see, because, again, Supremacy of the Cybermen did have a sort of new Cyber Controller in it, which was basically a Nightmare in Silver Cyberman, but he didn't have any handles, and his head was flat with a brain inside, and that was sort of quite an interesting look. No, I think the Cyber Controller coming back would certainly be interesting. But again, there's only so much you can do with it. You know, and it's sort of one of those things. It might be a bit overdone, I suppose. But no, I certainly wouldn't mind seeing them come back. But I'd like to see them steer clear of more reused villains. I think in future, you know, we need to start seeing things like bring back the Sontarans properly. Don't just you know as much as I love Strax and things like that. The Sontarans got to the point where they became a bit too much comic relief. Bring them back properly. Big hulking monsters, you know, real proper sort of big nasties. You know, give the Cybermen a little bit of a break. Give the Master a little bit of a break. The Daleks, I don't mind the Daleks being in it, but what I like, I'll tell you what, actually, a perfect example is, as many of you know, I love Davros. He's my favourite villain in Doctor Who. And so it's the sort of thing I'm always happy to see him come back. But I like how they haven't overused him. He's only come back twice so far in the series, and I think they've paced it right, where they've paced him out and left him enough time just to come back again. And I think that's the sort of thing they need to do with the other monsters and things like that, like the Master. I think the Master needs to come back occasionally. The Daleks and the Cybermen, have them in it fairly regularly, because you expect them to be in it, but not so regularly that they have to, like the Daleks always appear at some point every series, and that's become a nice little bit of a running joke that they pop up somewhere, and I like that. But don't have them in it every series in every single story, and the same with the Cybermen. Don't have them in the series because you want to, because they have to be in there. They have to be there somewhere. You know, just keep it really simple. Like the first series, for example, when the Cyberman's cameo was literally a head in Van Statten's museum. That was a great little reference to them. I love that, especially in a first Dalek episode comeback. That was a great way to do it. You know, I certainly think that's the way they need to go forward in future with them. Is I think they are just a little bit overused. You know, I really do think that they've got good ideas, but they need to work out how to bring back some other things like the Sea Devils. I would love to have seen the Sea Devils come back. I certainly think that whole thing, the Praxis episode, the whole idea of having that whole episode could have been vastly improved by the introduction of the Sea Devils, because you could have still kept in the whole, you know, public service announcement thing of, you know, recycling and cleaning up the seas and things like that, because that actually you could have woven that into the Sea Devils narrative, rather than just saying, bang, protect the world, and it's a bit too on the nose, you know. So I think, you know, there's certainly room for returns and things like that. It's fingers crossed that one day we do get to see them come back, you know, I really do. Don't the BBC still have the contract for the Daleks? As far as I'm aware, I'm getting confused between now slightly, because I've got people having conversations in the chat box. Favourite Master? Again, it's difficult to pick a specific favourite. I like them all for different reasons. I really find it difficult to pick a specific favourite one. It's taking a bit longer to dry. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to pick a specific favourite one. As far as I'm aware, that there's no reason why the Daleks shouldn't be appearing. And that whole thing as well, I believe it was confirmed. This whole thing of the rumour that the contracts have to appear every season. They are contracted to appear every season, or Terry Nation's estate will revoke their use. I don't think that's true. I think that's a long-standing rumor, but I remember reading somewhere that that's not true at all. It's got nothing to do with it. So the idea that the Daleks will suddenly stop appearing because of the lack of contract, I don't think there's any truth in that at all. I would keep reading up on a bit more about that, because I'm pretty sure that's not true. A lot of these rumours don't tend to be true. I mean, there was another one, for example, there was a rumour which I will hold my hands up with it. I was partly responsible for this rumour continuing, because I didn't realise it wasn't true. The idea that the reason that Character Options have never made an Anthony Ainley re-release is because they couldn't get the use of his likeness from his estate or anything like that. I have since spoken to people who would be in the know about these things. I won't mention their names, but I'm sure many of you can guess who they are. And that's not true at all. Apparently, it's not true at all. There are reasons, apparently, that there has not been an Anthony Ainley release, but I have not been made privy to them. I have absolutely no idea why. But apparently the whole thing of not being able to use his likeness is just not true in the slightest. It's got nothing to do with it at all. So again, these rumours do tend to sort of, just snowball, and people repeat them, and that's how they continue this. And again, like that one, the idea of the Daleks having to be used every season apparently is just not true. Ideal 13th Doctor line before regenerating. I don't know, really. That's a good question. I don't really think I've got an ideal line I'd pick for her. No, I don't really know. I don't keep wanting to take this out of camera to do it. Keep looking at the screen. No, I don't really know. I don't really have an ideal final line for her. I'd rather just sort of wait and see what happens. I mean, I'm inclined to say, partly as a joke, I don't know why she would say this, but I sort of, just as a final middle finger to all the Not My Doctors, I would love for her final words just to be girl power, because it would irritate and anger the Not My Doctor people so much that they're like, we're finally getting rid of her, but her last words are girl power, and then there would be a torrent of fan fictions where she didn't actually regenerate at that point, and then it would just be just to annoy people. I mean, really, just to annoy people. That's why I would do it. But that's because I'm cruel and vindictive like that. So, I don't know. Should they bring back the Absorbaloff? Not really, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, I don't think they should. Because, again, you can't really do anything with the character, the character is what it is, and the character's been destroyed, and you could have other Absorbaloffs, but it's just, there really isn't a lot you could do with the character. The character is what it is, and that's sort of pretty much it, It's just one of those weird sort of one-off monsters that seem to work quite well one-off, but I don't think you could do a lot more with it in future. Again, I apologise that I'm having to paint things out of camera shot, but it's very difficult to do this facing to camera. If you could have your own classic console room, would you go for classic style, modern, or hybrid? I'd probably go for one of my own design. So the closest would be hybrid, but it would be a hybrid in the sense of it being what I wanted it to be, rather than something that was specific to the television series or anything else. I mean, that's partly the reason why I did my own audio series console rooms, because I didn't want to pick something. I wanted something which was, I think, again, I sort of chose it because I wanted something that wasn't immediately obvious as something from the television series. So it, again, just sort of added to that idea that what you're hearing in my series is not part of the main series, if that makes sense. It's, it is something that is completely separate of its own. Let's have a look. Other questions. Really enjoyed your audio series. Love your characterization. Thank you. My characterization of the Doctor has ever increasingly evolved, it has to be said. But I'm glad that people enjoy it. I always wanted my series to be much darker than anything on the TV, anything that we sort of really got on the TV series. Because I was sort of... One of my favourite Big Finish Unbound stories they did was Full Fathom 5, which was what if the Doctor believed the ends justified the means. And it makes for a very dark Doctor. But I didn't want my Doctor to be evil. You know, I didn't want him to be I didn't want him to sort of be going down the line of becoming an evil character. I wanted him still to be the same. I wanted him still to be the same good Doctor, but I wanted him to sort of... I wanted him to be unsure. You know, the whole idea of the Doctor's never sure who they are when they regenerate. So I wanted sort of my Doctor to evolve over time. You know, he started out as sort of quite a lovable, fun, a bit silly, but I sort of then wanted to use that to lull the audience into a false sense of security by thinking that he's just this happy-go-lucky scamp, whereas soon after regenerating, he ends up facing a lot of pain, a lot of loss, and this is at a time when he's still sort of discovering himself. So he then sort of starts to become another sort of take on this sort of darker persona, but even he's not sure if that's actually him or if that's just how it's making him feel at the time. You know, it's the idea that the Doctor always has to shape themselves after their regeneration. But what would happen if they went through... Everyone in their life goes through important events that shape the person who you are. And sometimes you go through events which are really quite traumatic and can sort of make you unsure of yourself in the way that you react to them. And I thought, well, what if the Doctor was immediately thrown into those circumstances soon after regenerating? So not only does he not know who he is as a person, but suddenly he's got to very quickly come to terms with lots of things that he's not used to dealing with as that person, you know. So that was the idea of my sort of characterization. So let's have a look. Will there be an audio season 3? Yes, there will be. It is currently, as I said, so far I've got planned... we'll put it this way, I've got enough for at least 6 seasons. You know, I always planned to do 4, but then I keep sort of coming up with ideas and I jot them down, and I've planned out 4 series, but I definitely want to continue it after the 4th series, so there is definitely going to be a 5th. I just don't know what form that 5th series is going to take. Whether it's going to be just standalone stories or whether I'm going to move into doing an arc at that point again. But yeah, no, there is going to be a third series of the audio series. At the moment, I'm just sort of focusing on remastering the first series, completing the second series, at which point I'll look at how I edit and release the third series, so I can sort of try and release it so there's not as much weight in between the episodes as there is now. You know, it's sort of one of those things, as I said, it's very easy to procrastinate over doing it, and it just becomes a bit difficult to release them while I'm doing lots of other things. So I will try in future to sort of edit more episodes in one go so I can release them more regularly. Any chance the Valiard can make an appearance next season? Are we talking my audio series or the television series? Because there's 2 different things there. Hello, Captain. Hi, first-time subscriber. Hello, thank you for subscribing. What number incarnation is your Doctor, or is he from an alternate universe? Well, he is from an alternate universe. Yes, that's my series is set in its own alternate universe. But as for his number within that universe, I have deliberately left that ambiguous because it is going to form a future plot point. But I didn't want him necessarily tied down to, you know, a number in the first place, because I thought if I say he's this Doctor, then people are going to think it's more sort of akin to the television series, as to say, if I turn around and said he's the 15th Doctor, then everyone would turn around and say, okay, so he comes 2 after Jodie. But it's also the fact as well that one of the things that I find an issue, I mean, maybe this is just me, and this is just my outside perspective, but I've never liked the idea of using a number for a fan series Doctor, because what it means then is you've got to explain away why your Doctor is specifically numbered when they aren't in the TV series. For example, I remember seeing someone once, this was back in the 10th Doctor's era, and they had set their Doctor up as the 12th Doctor. And then they continued their series going along, and then the 12th Doctor came along, and their explanation was that their series, I'm not trying to have a go at them here, but they explained that their series was the actual canon narrative, and the television series was now non-canon. And it's like, no, the TV series is always canon. It's better to do it the other way around. And if they turn around and said, well, mine's an alternate 12th Doctor, I'm like, fair enough, no problem then. But yeah, I don't want to give my Doctor a specific number at present time, because I have an idea of who he is, but, well, actually, no, that's a bit of a lie. I don't actually. I'll take that back. I don't. And that's sort of part of the reason. I have an idea of the fact that what's been said in the narrative so far has explained a few things. For example, we know he's not the first Doctor because he's regenerated once. He starts the series having regenerated. And there's been references made to... well, obviously, we also had an adventure with the previous Doctor, but there has been references made to at least 2 other incarnations, one of them being female. Now, that doesn't mean that he's the 5th Doctor, but that doesn't mean that he's... it doesn't mean that he comes after Jodie because Jodie's now a female incarnation. My Doctor, he could be the 14th Doctor. He could be the 3rd Doctor in the 17th regeneration cycle. He could be the 10,767th Doctor overall. It's deliberately ambiguous for a reason. But as I said, it is going to be addressed in a future story. But even then, I'm still going to sort of try to leave it a bit ambiguous, because I don't want him tied down to a specific number. Because as long as he doesn't have a number, he is just the Doctor. It's not... as long as he's not a specific number, you haven't got to worry about where he comes in a chronology, because I haven't created the chronology myself, if that makes sense. So, where was I? Do you believe that we're going to get a 12th Doctor and Davros set later this year? We'll wait and see. I mean, this is one of those things, I know that people might read into this. I genuinely don't know anything regarding, the rumours that have been said about, that these sets, people have said things like, that this has been confirmed now or things like that. I stick to my usual line of I can neither confirm nor deny anything that I may or may not know, because that's what I've been asked. So if people turn around and said, yes, but this has been confirmed now, then if that's what you want to say, then you can say that. But I myself, I would like to see a 12th Doctor and Davros set. As to if we actually see one, I don't know. We will have to wait and see. I genuinely don't know. So, we'll have to see what comes out. If what has been said is turning out to be true, then it certainly looks like we're in for some fantastic sets. But as I said, we will have to wait and see. It wouldn't be the first time that leaked information is supposedly leaked, which later turns out not to be true. So we will wait and see. TV series Valiard. Going back to the original question of do I think the Valiard will make a return? I don't think he's going to make a return this season. I would like to see him return, but I don't know if we ever actually will, because obviously it all depends on if... The problem is with the Valiard is it is going to get to a point, and I hope he's with us for a long time, and I certainly hope if the Valiard comes back to the TV series, Michael Jason does play it. But the problem is, he, like many actors of the classic series, he's getting on in years. And it will get to a point where he will, touch wood, it doesn't happen anytime soon, but he will very sadly pass away. And then it will have to be a case of, well, what do they do about the Valiard? And they're going to have to introduce a storyline where he does gain the ability to regenerate at least once. At which point, I sort of look at it and think, like, I don't know if it's going to be the same. So, personally, I kind of don't want the Valiard to come back this series because I can't see him being played by anyone except Michael Jason. So, if Michael Jason decides he wants to return to the role, brilliant, I hope he does. But if not, then I don't want them to bring the Valiard back into the series until they have no choice but to cast someone else, if that makes sense. You know, again, maybe that's just me. So you could consider the 13th Doctor as the third Doctor in the second cycle. Well, no, the 13th Doctor is the second regeneration in the second cycle. Because it's 1 to 8, you've got Doctors 1 through 8, so you've got Time Lord's got 13 lives, so you've got Doctors 1 through 8, then you've got the War Doctor, who debatably is not a Doctor, but still counts as a Doctor. So he is the ninth incarnation. Then you've got Doctors 9 and 9. Then you've got Doctor 10 before the Stolen Earth. Then you've got him after the Stolen Earth. Then you've got the 11th Doctor, which is the last incarnation in the Doctor's first cycle. Then you've got the 12th Doctor, first incarnation in the second cycle. 13th Doctor, second incarnation in the second cycle. And I appreciate that the Stolen Earth regeneration of the War Doctor is a debated point, but going by the on-screen evidence, that's the way it is. Believe me, I've gone through, that's the reason I've done videos on this, I've gone through the whole thing. People might debate whether that's the case, and that's fair enough, they're more than welcome to, but going by on-screen narrative, that is the way it is. Cybermen versus Daleks. I would certainly love to see the Cybermen versus the Daleks. I think that was I have to say, one of the moments in the new series that I really loved that, because that was one of those moments I really didn't see coming, to have the Daleks facing off against the Cybermen. When the void ship opened and you heard the Dalek hovering, I was on the edge of my seat thinking they're not going to do that, and they did. So I would certainly love to see them do that again. I believe I've gone over my allotted 4 hours, but I'm so close to finishing this now that I'm determined to actually finish it in this video. So let's just keep going. I haven't got any other commitments on my time today, really, so I might as well just keep going. Other questions? It's great. I want to just say a huge thank you to everyone who's saying they love my audio series. That really does mean a lot to me, more so than many of my other videos, because my audio series is one of those things which, it is one of my lesser viewed things that I do, and so it's always a case of every time I sort of sit down, and I think this is partly the reason why I procrastinate so much on making it, is I sit down and I think, is this worth all the effort? You know, are people really enjoying this? You know, it does get get its fair share of views, but not as much as compared to other things. And I really do worry that it's one of those things I put a lot of work into, and then it doesn't get appreciated. So, you know, for people to turn around and say they love it and that they do want to see more, it really does mean a lot to me. So really thank you for saying that. You know, it is something which I do worry about in terms of, you know, series that I do and things like that. So I really do appreciate people's support on that one. I'd love to see some more sort of alternate timeline with the Stolen Earth's regeneration turned into 11, just like a comic or something. I think it'd be interesting. I can kind of, sort of see that. I don't know how well it'd work though. That's the only thing, because again, you could only go so far with it. You know, it would have to stop at some point. And then the problem is, you would then get people who would turn around and claim that that's now the actual official narrative, and you know, the actual Stolen Earth narrative is not the canon one, and it does make it a little bit complicated. So it would be interesting, but I don't know how well it would work. Vashta Narada return. I want to say yes, because they are an interesting foe, but at the same time, they're sort of, there's only so much you can do with it. You know, I like the idea of I like the idea of them, but the actual execution of them as an idea does leave a little to be desired at times, because you know, they are effectively just shadows or things in suits, and it does make it a bit samey after a while, that you're just using the same idea for them over and over again, a bit like the Weeping Angels, really. You know, the Weeping Angels were a brilliant idea to start with. I really loved them, and I wouldn't mind seeing them return, but they went too far too soon with them. The idea of something that moves when you don't look at it was a fantastic idea, and they did it so brilliantly well in Blink. I loved it. And then when they had Flesh of Stone, Time of the Angels, where the one thing was the Weeping Angels never move when you look at them, and then you actually saw one move, and it was fantastic, and it was brilliant. I love that idea. Where do you go from there, though? You know, you can't do any more, and it means that you've peaked too soon with the Weeping Angels, because you can't, anything you show them doing now, if you actually see them moving, it just sort of means that, oh, they're moving. We've seen that. What I would do if it was me with the Weeping Angels is I would not advertise their return at all in any way. And in a way, I'm sort of harking back to something else they did. They made the Statue of Liberty a Weeping Angel, which again, I like the idea of something incongruous suddenly becoming it, but it was like, it's the Statue of Liberty, and it's like, okay, that happened. In turn, what I would do is a bit like they did in that episode with the statues in Central Park, when we're always walking past the fountain where they're there and then suddenly they've moved, is do really simple things like that, but don't draw attention to it. So don't advertise the return of the Weeping Angels, and then have the Doctor or some characters or something somewhere where there are statues there, but then you have a statue in the background which is just there, and then they're having a conversation, and then in the next shot the statue's moved, but you don't focus in on it, you don't draw attention to it, it's blurred in the background, but you can clearly see it's changed shape, and make it really subtle until the final reveal that it's a Weeping Angel, you know, and really sort of play up to the audience to hide it in plain sight. That's the best way to do it. Hide the reveal in plain sight, so it really keeps people guessing as to what it actually is, you know. Will your Doctor have a second companion or third? I'm not sure about companions at the moment, if I'm perfectly honest. The next couple of series I've got planned out, the Doctor is companionless in the sense he doesn't have someone regular travelling with him. Because the companions get a little bit difficult to write for after a while, without doing the same sort of thing over and over again. So the idea of, having Nell, his original companion, part of the idea of killing her off was having the Doctor have to deal with that loss, but also because I eventually want my Doctor to be companion-less for a while, and I have already sort of planned Gentel's departure. I won't say whether it's a death or he just leaves. I've got that in mind, but I will neither confirm nor deny. But yeah, so it's the idea of having that sort of departure would enable me to sort of write the Doctor on his own, but at the same time, I will probably end up introducing one-off companions. You know, the idea that the Doctor wants to travel alone. You know, but it doesn't stop him running into people and meeting people on his adventures. But at the end, he decides to keep travelling alone. But it still gives him a companion for that story. So at present time, I do not have any other plans to introduce any companions other than the ones that I've already got. but it's not the end to companions as such, if that makes sense. Do you have any plans on regenerating your future Doctor audio series? Any actors in mind? No plans on regenerating in future. The idea of starting with a regeneration was to make the series my own and sort of make it, literally start it fresh and new. Obviously, it was fresh and new, but it meant that I could then explore past incarnations rather than future ones. Which is something I do plan to do. As I said, I've had one past incarnation already, and I do plan to introduce others in future. But I don't have any plans to regenerate my Doctor, because I quite like. At the moment, I'm happy playing my Doctor. I like the fact that I can play the role, and it is what I want it to be at the moment. And I don't really feel the need to change it up. There's still a lot of the narrative universe to explore that I don't need to change the Doctor up to do that. So at the moment, there are no plans to change the actor in the future for future incarnations, because I'm happy with it how it is at the moment. So it's not something that I have any plans to do, but it's not something which I'm against doing in future either, because if it gets to a point where I want to produce my audio series, but I'm sort of, at the moment I'm having to, obviously I've got other people writing scripts and recording lines and things like that, but at the moment I'm having to record my lines. When I am having to write a script, I'm having to record my lines, I'm having to write a script, I'm having to edit it all together, and it is a lot of work. It's not, there's no denying that it is a lot of work. So it might get to a point where I decide I want to take a step back, and that step back might take the form of deciding, actually, I don't want to play the Doctor anymore, because it's one less thing I've got to do. It's one, I haven't got to record the lines. So at some point in future, I may go down that route, but at present time, it's too much fun just to step away from. It's as much as it is a lot of work, it's a lot of fun as well, and I don't really want to, to change my Doctor's characterization to anyone else. Who would win, Optimus Prime or the Daleks? But perfectly honest, I'm not a huge Transformers person, so I can't really answer that question. No pants. I'm not really sure what that means. I am most definitely wearing pants, both in the British and American sense. I'm nearly finished all this gold bit, which will be good, because this is the annoying bit. But we're very close to completion on this. I've just got to paint these bits, finish this off, and then glue the panels in place. And I think we will be almost done. Right. I need to give me paint a shake again, because it's starting to set. These paints are quite old, to be fair, though. What would happen if the Doctor met the Ghostbusters? No idea. Different franchises. Again, not a huge thing I'm interested in. I remember the original films fondly, and I'm looking forward to the new third one, and I didn't like the female reboot. Kill me, I know, but I don't care. But yeah, no, I don't really know. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of Doctor Who crossing over with other franchises. It's something which a lot of people want, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it would work to me. I like the franchises being independent from each other, so it's not something that's on for me. When the 11th Doctor regenerated, Capaldi became the second in the cycle because he was the first incarnation in that cycle to be the one that had regenerated once using the new cycle. You say you're confusing, but no, I don't get that, because the whole point is the 11th Doctor is the last, in that cycle. The 11th Doctor is the last incarnation in the first cycle, which means when he regenerates into his new cycle, Peter Capaldi becomes the first incarnation in that cycle. So I'm not really sure where the idea of that. If you were given a TARDIS, but you have to have a life-threatening adventure every weekend, would you take it? Probably not. No. It's the sort of thing lots of people like, the sort of thing that I'm one of those people that turns around and I love horror films and things like that, but I'm a very practical person. People suggest things like life. I'm the kind of person who watches a horror film and thinks, why do these people never have any common sense? Having said that, I've actually just entered a very foolish bet with my girlfriend. Bearing in mind it was my bet, but to be fair, I'm not a huge believer in the paranormal, so maybe that's why I'm a skeptic. But I have entered a bet that we would go to a graveyard at 3 o'clock in the morning and use a Ouija board, because I genuinely don't think anything bad's going to happen. I'm sure some people are going to go, "Oh my God, no, don't do that." But I'm open-minded. What can I say? If something bad happens, then something bad happens. It's my own fault. If nothing bad happens, then my point is slightly proven. Do you think the TARDIS should look organic or look like a functioning ship? I think it looks alright the way it is. I like the fact that it's not. I like the fact that I like the fact that it's something completely randomly normal. It makes sense for it to stand out and look a bit weird, because it is weird. It's an alien spaceship. The idea that an alien spaceship has to look like a spaceship is just a bit. Why? Why does it have to? Why can't it look like a police box? Seems like a fun morning. Now, if that's in reference to the Ouija board, I'm an insomniac. Everything is a morning to me. Right. Let's finish these last bits of gold. I'm sure I've probably made some mistakes on this, but I don't care. Any more questions? Do you think we will see Jenny return in future? I don't know. I'm not against her return in future, but she's already sort of made her return in comic form, and we know that she's met quite a few other Doctors now in the Lost Dimension comic. So I don't know. She might return in future. I think it would be interesting to see her return in future, but the thing is, for her to return in future, it would either have to be set before the comic Lost Dimension, which would be a bit weird given the fact that she's still trying to hunt the Doctor down in that comic, or it would have to be set after, at which point a lot of people would probably miss out on what's happened because they haven't read the comic. So I don't know. I'm open to her return in future, but it's got to be done in the right way, put it that way. Because I didn't have any problems with her character. I thought it was quite an interesting idea, but it just seemed a lot of people just really didn't like her character. Sorry, I'm concentrating. What you think if the TARDIS could transform like a transformer? Again, I'm not really into Transformers. It's not my sort of thing, so it's not really something I would know. Should the Doctor fix the chameleon circuit? Well, no, because we know the Doctor can't. That's the point. Again, I did a video on this recently, which actually explains how and why the chameleon circuit's broken and why the Doctor can't fix it. So no, I think the TARDIS should stay as it is. I see no reason why not. It's a very iconic look, and it's certainly something which I think if it's changed, it would be a step one of those things that's a step too far. You know, I know the TARDIS is meant to change, but the whole reason of the chameleon circuit being broken is so that it doesn't. So the idea of fixing the chameleon circuit, I think, is a bit pointless. I keep taking this off screen. I apologise. I'm trying to look up close. Which timeline is the most confusing? River, the Doctors, or the Masters? I actually would have to say the Master, simply because the Doctor's timeline is fairly simple because we know so much about it. You know, and it's all the information's there. It's just a case of putting it in the right order. River's timeline is complicated, but again, the information is there. It's just a case of putting it in the right order. And when you sort of work out the parallel that she lives her life opposite to the Doctor, that's a fairly easy thing to wrap your head around. The Master is the most difficult because we know there's so many gaps in his life. We know sort of so little about him. Well, not that we know so little about him, but there's so much about his life that is unknown that it becomes difficult to reconcile all the different continuities for him. So, yeah, I would certainly say the Master has the most confusing timeline myself. What will you do for the buttons and stuff inside the console? Well, that's where these parts come in. Parts that I've already printed and done before I started. I've just realised I've got a few small paint chips off the edge. I need to fill it in. And I can't because the paint's all dried up. Damn it. I'll have to do that later. It's fine. Do you think Dalek stories should just be one attack groups or full armies of thousands of Daleks? Either. I mean, it depends on the story, really, doesn't it? You know, you can vary it to different ones to what you want to do. Right, now, there probably is a specific order I should put these panels in, but I'm not going to, because I can't be bothered. So now we need to glue these into place. So, we're waiting for other questions. So you're building the walls around the console, you make it... No, just doing the console. I haven't got the walls and things like that. It's literally just going to be the console, which is fair enough, because if I was doing that entire room... Firstly, I don't have all the parts to do the entire room, and secondly, that would take a very, very long time. I'm going to get a bit of glue everywhere doing this, unfortunately, but so be it. I'm just going to put these in random spots. Like I said, I don't really care if they're not in the right place. It's good enough for me. At the end of the day, I'm not really going to display it with the doors open, so it doesn't really matter. Have you put the mirror in the middle of the console like in the Mask of Mandragora? No, I haven't, because that's just a standard little shaving mirror, so it's not actually part of the console. It's a separate piece that stands on top of it, it would seem, so I haven't included that. I might include some smaller details at a later date, like some stuff in the drawer section at the front, or some bits to put in the drawers and stuff like that, but for now I'm just concentrating on making the actual console itself, and that's not enough glue. For those wondering, I'm just using normal PVA glue because it's just easy to stick into place and wipe off if I make a mistake. It does stick everywhere though. If Doctor Who ends eventually, would you think they would reboot it? Probably not, no. I mean, I have actually put... Can I get that one out? I think that actually is the wrong place for that one, because that doesn't look right in terms of my memory. Do I think they should reboot it? Not really. I mean, I don't really, it's already ended. What do you really need to? I don't understand rebooting it. Why reboot it? It's already ended once. So rather than rebooting it, why not just make it a continuation? I know a lot of people call the new series the reboot, but it's clearly a continuation. So that's the beauty of Doctor Who. If they end it in the right way, there's no reason for it not to start again in future. I think it is going to be one of those programs that is, ironically, timeless, because I think it's going to appeal to so many people over so many different eras that you don't need to change it up, because it already does change up. That's what the program is. It's all about change. It's all about new things like that. Effectively, every time there's a new Doctor, it reboots itself. So I don't think a full-on reboot is ever going to really be needed, because the program will always be a reboot of whatever it was previously, if that makes sense. What two Cybermen designs do you think would go well together? Go well together in what set? What, as in two combined designs, or just two designs that look good next to each other? Right, get your last questions in, because once I've done this bit, I'm finished. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have no voice tomorrow. Right. Do you have a list of Versworth? Again, things like that. What makes Doctor Who to you? That's a great question to end on. What makes Doctor Who to me is that it really is for everyone. I mean, you've got things like the Sarah Jane Adventures. You've got is a good spin-off for kids. You've got Torchwood is for adults. But Doctor Who really is a family show. It's got its pros and its cons. Even I'm open to admit things. I'm happy to admit that the last series, I didn't like a lot of the. Social messages they put in, things about recycling, looking after the planet. It felt too forced, but I commend them for including them. If they'd included them in the right way, I wouldn't have any problem with it, because I think, knowing the fact that Doctor Who reaches a family audience, it's the perfect place to put messages like that, because not only will it reach older audiences who realise perhaps that they should be setting an example for their kids, but it will set an example for the kids in itself. So what makes Doctor Who, for me, is that it is for everyone. Regardless of whether everyone likes it. I say it's for everyone, and I know people are going to turn around and go, well, I don't like it. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. It's for everyone in the sense that it's never been a programme that's excluded anyone. It's never been a programme that's turned around and said, these people can't watch that, these people won't like it. If you don't like it, it's because you don't like it. It's not because the programme's making you not like it, So I think Doctor Who, it's a programme that is for everyone, and that's why I think it's going to endure. It's going to go off screens again at some point, I'm sure, but I'm sure it will come back. And it's going to be lasting, it's going to be timeless, because as long as Doctor Who exists as a show, it will continue to be a show that brings people together. Because you look at how many different fan things there are, fan art, fan audio series, fan custom figures, things like that. It really does bring a lot of people together, and I think that is something which very few other long-running franchises can be said to do, because it not only does it update and change, but it always remains the same, if that makes sense. The program can change, the cast can change, the sets can change, the TARDIS can change, the Doctor can change, the themes can change, the narrative can change, music can change, but at the end of the day, we all love it because it's Doctor Who, and that's something which is very difficult to find. That no matter what differences there are between the eras and fans, we can all agree that we love. Those of us that aren't the ones that out there hating on it, all of those of us who love it can agree that we love it, regardless of what. We all have our different ideas of what we love about it, but we still all love it. And I think that's what Doctor Who means. That's what Doctor Who means for me. But I am going to end on that question. So here's the finished console. We've done it. So obviously the doors and things will close, but obviously they don't naturally stay closed. As you can see, they do open. So I'm going to let the paint all dry off properly, leave it open. But I as I said, originally I was going to just put some sort of tape and things inside, double-sided tape to keep it closed. But I think I actually probably will go by, and I apologise, I can't remember who said it. Somebody suggested putting in some little magnet strips or something. I think I might go along that line, because that will certainly hold it together. But this is an absolutely fantastic little model. I've really enjoyed building it. As I said, this is on, there is Doctor Who 3D printing. There's a Facebook page, and there's also a web page. These models can be downloaded for free. So if you've got a 3D printer, you can go and make them. Please go and check out that site. There's a lot more on there that they've also done and made. I'm going to be certainly making some more in future. It's been very fun doing this. I don't know if it's something I'm going to do again in future, or at least not regularly in future, but I may well do another live from the workshop, because I do enjoy doing the Q&A sessions, and it's, you know, it is fun. As you can hear, my voice is starting to go a little bit now as well, so I do need to stop there. But I'm very pleased that I managed to finish this in the time frame. So thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all again for 10,000 subs. It's absolutely amazing. I never thought I'd get this far. Next stop, 100,000. Obviously, that's a very long way to go, so we'll see. But yeah, really thank you. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. I've certainly enjoyed it. Thank you to everyone. Please continue to enjoy my content. Please continue to share my content. There's plenty more coming in future. I've got some great fan theories coming up. I've got more audio series stuff, more customs, more Did You Knows, brief histories, things like that. So yes, it's been absolutely fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you again to everyone, and I will see you all with another video. I salute you all. How dare I forget that? I salute you all, and I will see you with another video.